Welcome, ladies, gentlemen, non-binary refinery, everybody else in the audience. Glad you're here. Oh, yeah, right. One sec here. I gotta turn that off. We're done that's gone now, and winter event is done. Pretty cool. Um, but yeah, drops wrapped up last week, last Thursday, I believe it was. So that's all cool. I hope everyone got some cool stuff out of it, had fun with it. I know it was a huge boost for me personally. A lot of new viewers, a lot of new people hanging out in the stream. So yeah, thanks so much for being here. Got a few things I need to work on today. As you can see, going to be working on some TinyFactory, going to be working on some shipbuilding, and probably doing a salvage run or two. That's the hope. We'll see how it goes. Time and I have an agreement when I'm playing a game, which is I don't pay attention to it and it doesn't pay attention to me. Hey, Dibitania, good to see you. Thanks very much for being here. All right. It is my understanding there's a fly-in happening end of February, I think it is. I need to double check those dates. Birthday celebration fly-in for the two settlers devs and admins. That's Lunar and Jimbo. So um yeah, I'll have my my E19s available for sale. So yeah, we're gonna putt around a little bit. Um um so I'll give the explanation here, what it is I'm trying to achieve. So if you take a look at a oops, wrong button. I've been playing 3 games lately, so now I can't remember what any of them do. If you open up, oops, wrong. I'm completely confused. All right, so inspect is what I want to do. And up here you'll see there's a copy, right? If you hit that copy and you go to a text editor, in my case, I'll be using Kate, if I can find it. There it is. It generates a CSV of the item name, the ID, and how much is needed for the entire blueprint. So what I want to do with today's session is build an add-on into, or an optional component into Dual Universe that can parse this natively. TinyFactory, built into TinyFactory, that can parse this natively. So all you have to do do a build kit for a blueprint in TinyFactory is just copy and paste this into TinyFactory into the customer board. That's what I want to do. We'll see how it goes. Because if I can do that, I suspect it's going to make a whole lot of other people's lives much easier with TinyFactory, including mine, to be honest. Where you can just drop, like I say, just copy paste and turn it on, walk away, and it'll do the things you need to do. Oops. I'm gonna leave those Christmas lights there. I kind of like them. All right. So this one's churning away. Let's head up. All right. Okay. So the first thing I need to do is I want to upgrade my other TinyFactory builds. Um, to the current version I'm running, because it's much more efficient. To do that, though, is I need to make backup copies of the various work lists that I'm using. So that's going to be step one. So that's yeah, that's what I thought I'd done. I hate that about this. That's one of those things that just drives me batty. About 50% of the time, copy paste does not work. And if you don't realize it, you can get yourself into a lot of trouble thinking you've made a backup or a copy of something. The only way to be sure is to actually do a cut and paste instead of a copy paste. There we go. All right. There we go. So that's that. So now, run around and make. We'll do the annoying part first. Copy LUA config. Advanced paste LUA config. Paste LUA config. Go. Now we go through the whole process backwards. Oh, I need to put some music on. Multimedia, Lisa. Clear. Artists. W. Where's White Bat? Carl Casey. There we go. All right, cool. That's probably too loud. Let's back that down a bit. There we go. That's probably better. Hey, Space Nerd. Welcome. How you doing? Glad to have you drop in. Gonna be trying to build in that Lua, the Lua reader today. That's gonna be on my agenda. So before I do that, I need to just get everything up to the same generation of software as I've got my test bench. So, no, not you. That. Copy. Apply. Oh, very cool. I'm looking forward to messing with that. I think it's going to be a great add-on for a lot of things. All right. Now back to the beginning. All right. This is the E19 assembly build. And we have 2 lines here. I don't want a line multiplier. Yeah, okay. All right. Okay, this is 3 line, 3 line, and okay. Next factory must grow. And then this one over here. This is 3 as well, but I'll upgrade that later. Don't want a line multiplier either. Hey, good morning, Kestrel. That is fantastic, Space Nerd. That is the way to do that. Oh, right. One sec. I just realized I was being stupid. Well, not stupid. I forgot to push a button. There. You guys get to listen to the music now. Sorry about that. Let me know if that's too loud or not loud enough. And okay, so that's that done. Now we go back over here. You are a manager. We'll upgrade you next. That screen. What's going on here? Oh, okay, I see what's going on. That's manager. Advanced paste. Advanced paste. Advanced paste. Okay. All right. And then after that, I need chef, which is, yeah. Chef is everything else, essentially, other than screen. Copy. Chef, line cook, and waitress all share the same code. Literally the only difference is what the name is when you turn it on. That's screen. Okay, in-game sounds are a bit too loud. Give me a sec. Oh, stop it. Thank you. Okay, one sec. In-game sounds are a bit too loud. Hey, I'm in CDK. Yeah, there we go. Still getting used to Linux. There are a couple places where I double click where I shouldn't and things like that. So, all right, that's recording. I need the snowball turned on. Okay, so the background sounds are a bit too loud. You say we'll just turn the whole thing down a bit. Let me know if that's a bit better. And then
front left.
Yeah, that's what I thought was happening. I'm not getting audio through my headphones. Oh, that annoys me. Okay. Let's see if I can't convince this thing. One sec. No, not the settings folder. Settings. Doopy doopy doo. Audio. Let's just change it to that. Apply. Come back to here. And apply. And hopefully that actually wakes it up. And then music. Okay, now if I go turn the music on. Yeah. Okay. Let me know if you're hearing that. Excellent. All right. A little bit of foolishness. Like I say, that's largely on me because I'm still figuring out the bibs and bobs for Linux. Not you. Advanced. Okay. No, don't do that one. All right. Okay, so that's everything now up to the same version. Now I can go and break the rest of it. Awesome. So it's important to have a plan. Okay. Now. Next. Do I have... That's what I thought. Okay. Oh, that's projects. That's not what I'm looking for. I want repos. All right. Still way ahead on Squiz, but I heard they were back and doing some maintenance on their branch. I may need to see if they've done anything interesting lately. All right. Oops. Oh, you're gonna... Oh, that's right. Contour is stupid like that. Oh, do I not have... Huh. That's odd. Why would you do that? I need to find a better terminal. I really don't like this one. The key combos are just weird to me. They're very inconsistent with other terminals. No. Hang on. Just go away because you're pissing me off. Choose console. At least the key combinations work the way I expect them to in console. Okay, cool. Yep, okay, cool. All right. Oh, wrong directory. Which key am I missing? Oh, I'll sort it out later. I've had this problem before. Oh, really? Huh. Yes, please. Yeah. Oops. One sec, folks. Just need to bop a couple of buttons here. Alright, there we go. That sorts that out. Alright. Get branches. Okay. Okay, so I should have a dev. Get checkout. Alright, now the slightly tedious part. I want to get this up to date before I do anything else. Now, I have not changed screen. Ah, okay, that's alright, that's what that is. That's okay, that's what I thought. Cool. Alright. Okay, so yes, open with Kate. Temporarily raise limit. Okay, this is the line cook waitress LUA. So advanced, copy config, clip back to clipboard. And then I want dev. This one? Here. Come on now. And save that. Okay, customer. This is gonna be a pain in the ass. All right. Open with Kate. Yep. Well. So that's customer. I need to make a quick change here. I need to back this up. Use that as a default for now, just so there's something in here. Yes, that is correct. That is exactly what I'm going to be trying to do, Space Nerd. Voxel mounts are just right. Okay, yeah. Well, a batch is 120, I think. So that just means that for the batch sizes, I gotta there'll be. I'll have to do some division, but okay, that's fine. That's good to know. But thank you. Although making 1,600, but you know, if someone's not paying that much attention, you know. Yeah. Not only are you, I was just going to say, you're clearly unfamiliar with the gang hanging out over at Nitro City these days. Mm. So that one's done. Now I can put this back. All right. I've done chef. Manager I need to do next. Okay. Yeah, exactly. All right, so yes, we are yes, this is doing what I think it does. Bit of a, if you don't know what you're doing, do it neatly, right? All right, that's manager. I don't think I updated screen. I want to, but I haven't made that mod yet. Okay, so let's yeah, okay. The history section's missing. That's what I thought. Okay, what's going on here? There we are. Now, is that just me being stupid, or because that's always a danger I need to contend with? Yeah, it was. Okay. Just tag this as unreleased as well. If you're messing with this version, it's beta, it's dev. You saw you get what you paid for. Blah blah blah. What are you doing? Come on. There you go. I'm currently being mugged, so if my typing is worse than usual, that's what's going on. Yes, settle down. So that's that. Ah. Yeah. So if anybody is interested in the version I'm currently running in production, this is a developer version, but if you want to be running what I'm running, it's now available under the dev branch on GitHub. Okay. Next, let's take a look at this. I'll run this for a couple of weeks, and if I don't see any further problems, or if anybody else downloads it and I don't hear any problems, then I'll just push that as main and that'll be done. Okay. Now the tedious part. So let's start with library. What's it doing? I know what it's doing. I'm just trying to find the up settings right there. Editing. Let's try that again then. Okay, that's not great. I don't want to have to reformat the whole damn file every time. Why is it doing that? What it's doing is it's building on the prior indent as opposed to properly managing it. I don't understand why you'd even have this as an option, but it's in several editors that I have met. I mean, I have a way around it, but it's like, really? I'd rather be able to just turn it off and not have to worry about it. wonder if that's the problem. It shouldn't be. It should be doing the exact opposite of what it's doing. Well... do not adjust, please. There we go. So literally that indicator does the opposite of what it said. Okay, great. Lovely. Good time waster. Appreciate that. Alright, next. And then system. No. On start player and then unit. So we have on start ones. Okay. Start first. I don't know why I did that. Stop. 1 sec. Because that's going to drive me batty. That's okay. Thank you. There we go. That's what I'm trying to achieve. I didn't think I'd made a lot of changes here, but, you know. So this is the simple stuff. So I know that's all up to date now. Okay. If I don't do this periodically, there's too big a drift between the two ends. All right, so now what I need is CSV read. Hey, good morning, Mayo. How you doing? Yeah, sounds good. I don't know how talkative I'm going to be, but I'd love to. Send me go ahead and hit the magic button. I'll get to oh my gosh, the thing you talk on with other people, Discord. That's it. I'll get Discord turned on. Okay. Yeah, sure.
Morning. Yeah, I didn't start yet, so
Yeah, no problem at all.
running
Just-
the countdown.
Yep. Alright. Just wanted to do that before I forgot, for lack of a better way of
Yeah.
putting it. I'm having that kind of day.
Good you.
Hey, Tubes, good to see you. The thing with the thing, absolutely, MNCDK. That was exactly what I was looking for. Hey, Tubes, good to see you. Thanks for dropping in.
I already invite you to do, but shared chat comes in a minute when
Yep, I see it.
made
Just
my-
popped up.
Yeah, okay. Be there in a minute. Or 5 minutes about it.
Alright, so... Alright, so now we've got... So how am I going to do this? Now, LUA is weird, and then their version of LUA is weirder. It's going to be the easiest way to do that. Okay. Okay, so they're okay. So it's just multi-lined. Okay. Double square. Okay. So that should be that. So for example, now, oh, actually, since we're just having this conversation, excuse me. So that would be an E9, a full E19 kit. That's a little more than I need right now. Yeah, that's a shortish version. We'll use that. Okay, so I have a blueprint copy to go with now. And then, so... I'll just drop this in here. Okay. So that's my ting. So this is going to get weird. Now, you said 7 times in a row. That's amazing, Tubes. Thank you so much. What are you doing, you stupid thing? Oh my gosh. Okay, so that's a fancy question. Yeah, so I'm just double checking to make sure I understood something here. Yeah, industry runs in cubic meters, not batches. TinyFactory works in whatever the production unit is for the machine. So it doesn't actually say make 5 batches. It says make, maintain 120, which is, it uses maintain statements to do everything, so that's a non-issue. So it turns out I don't actually have to do any math there. That's what I was just double checking. Okay, so.
And 0707902, how are you?
Doing very well, sir. Welcome, welcome. 07 to you as well.
I hope you have a wonderful Sunday.
Relaxing so far. So, for those of
Sounds
you
good.
in my channel, you're now shared chat with the gang over with Mayo. So, anything you say here will be seen by them likewise. So a good opportunity for the community to hang out and chat and all the other good stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, I also invited Trippin if he wants to join.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah. Keep the community together, right?
Yeah, for sure. All right, so.
And when I saw this correctly, you're currently coding, right?
Yes, I am. Yeah, trying to, something a few people I've seen mentioned by more than a few people in chat on Discord, is looking for a way to easily get TinyFactory to be able to just, print a blueprint, essentially. So what I'm doing is, on Settlers, of course, we've got the ability to actually copy and paste a CSV from a blueprint. So what I'm trying to do right now is write the code that will convert that CSV. So all you have to do is just copy and paste the CSV into the customer board for TinyFactory, and it'll just do exactly that. It'll just print off the blueprint for you. Everything you need, that all the parts that are in that list will just come out.
Sounds great.
Yeah. So.
Sounds great.
It's. I haven't worked with done a lot of LUA programming lately. I've been working with other languages, so there's a certain level of rust that's going on here. But yeah,
So the usual stuff.
Yeah. All right. So we're.
Yeah.
So,
So
is
what
it-
I still aim to do, coding wise,
Mhm.
is how it's called, having those new NPCs, which are amazing.
Yes.
To have those have like an AR, AR like communication in UI, like you have it in like RPGs or so, that you can
Oh, nice. Yep.
like talk to them.
Mhm.
So this is something I have in my mind, but I have to use a lot of AI and ask a lot of stupid questions, so I don't do this in stream to not blame myself completely.
Jimbo's actually hanging out in my stream right now, and he was commenting that that he's working on a quote NPC Lua library today, which will give an easy way to interact with programmable NPCs for animations and sounds. So the library will be loaded from the server, and you only need to require it, and then you can do quote NPC manager.play animation or play sound. So it'll just, so you can have it salute just by playing animation, by play animation salute. And I think that's
Yeah,
cool.
this sounds very crazy, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not only this. I'm talking about, you have like, do you know some of the elevators from Hedron have like, if you press Alt, you have like an AR interface popping up, and you can just click buttons to select the floor.
No, I didn't know that.
I think just the M elevators have this, not the L's, interestingly. And I want to have something like this as well. So, for example, I have an NPC standing in front of my main entrance at the information point, right?
Yep.
And you would just, it has like it has a detection zone, so you go near it, and then it pops up the interaction. It has different buttons next to it, and you can, for example, ask where is the mission terminal.
Oh, that's nice.
And then it's just, and then you click, so you click the button, and then it says, hey, it's at the main entrance, or it's the right next to me, just go there.
Very cool.
And some other interesting stuff that I want to have, like secret door entrances and such a stuff, where you have to ask around to find a way in.
Nice. Yep.
This kind of stuff. But yeah, I'm just not good enough to do this while on stream.
Yeah.
This would
neither
be a
am I.
complete-
Okay. Let's just be honest. Neither am I. But I do it anyway, because that way people see that it's okay to trip and fall.
Yeah, but I have to ask really basic questions, because I really have no clue how this works.
Yeah. Hey,
That's
Johnny,
the case.
2352. Good to see you. 07 as well.
Johnny. So it's really basic stuff sometimes, because I never worked with. I mean, I have like a broad knowledge now, just because I already, for example, Gemini, you can say, "Hey, teach me how to do this."
Yes.
And I gave them reference code, so I just used publicly available DU code snippets, pasted them in, and said like, hey, based on this material, train me how to make this. And it's like going really like 4th grade, like, so you have this, those variables, and you want to go there. What do you need? And it's like a super simple step by step to go closer to your goal, instead of just saying, hey, give me the solution. Because
And to me, that is, Claude AI will, for those folks who are who are using it, Claude AI will do the same thing, and I think it's a great tool as for a teaching tool. Yeah, absolutely. As a gimme,
with Claude, I'm a bit angry about it, because I use like the new Opus 5
Uh-huh.
in the unlimited edition. So it took like for one prompt, it took $20.
Ouch.
And the code that it gave me was that subpar that it was absolutely useless. So it was wasted $20. So I'm kind of angry of it.
Yep. Yeah, I use Claude, but I for some things.
It's one of the best chat AIs.
Oh, they all do different things.
Code
well.
AIs.
Yeah, they all do different things.
Yeah, I know, but I know it's just usual jack of all trades AI, of course. But
yeah.
As far as I heard, it's definitely one of the better code AIs as well. But what I got
Gemini, I was just gonna say, to me, the important thing at the end of the day is that it's comfortable. The thing is that all of them roughly do the same thing in the back end. They're all roughly trained on the same data sets. So really the question is how is the UI how is the UI designed, and how is the quote personality tuned? And that's going to be like different coworkers. Some people I cannot work with, other people totally fun. And so you just pick the one that works best for you.
Yeah, and what I so what I don't like, so first I hate AIs that overuse emotes. I really hate it.
Yep.
But what I also hate are just yes sayers that really just that like praise you like a god, and it
yes, sycophants. Yeah,
the typical American customer experience, right? Where everyone is just, oh, let me help you, and it's all feels that I mean, I'm not an American, maybe this is like more of their culture, but for me it just feels fake. Funnily enough, this is the reason why, one of the main reasons why Walmart failed in Germany, because the Germans really hated this attitude.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, in Canada, I was just going to say the Walmarts in Canada have dialed that back an awful lot. They don't even deal with the, they don't even deal with the greeter at the door anymore, because it just annoys people. Like, I'm here to shop, get out of my way. Don't talk to me.
Yeah, it's not only this. The interesting thing is, if someone is like going like in total, so Walmart tried it at the beginning of the 2000s to it was like really invading German stores, like German markets.
Yep.
And it was an absolute disaster. They lost in like just 4 years. They lost like $1 billion.
Good. Glad to hear it.
It's very hilarious. There are interesting like YouTube documentaries about it. It's very very entertaining to follow this footage, because Germans, for example, they don't look dead into their eyes and smile at them. So what people think when they see this, they are either drunk as heck, and or even both, just want to pick a fight.
Yep. Yes, eye contact is aggression. Yes.
Yeah, we are a very reserved society, right? Like some other countries as well, let's say Japan also, they have a different kind of attitude, but they are still, I mean, they are super kind, but very reserved.
Yeah.
They are not going around grinning someone in the face like, hey, just let me talk to you. This is something we don't do.
Yeah. Yeah, MNCDK. Hey, I, what the fuck? What a great question! You are so smart! Okay, stop that right now.
I mean, did you see those meme clips where someone said, hey, ChatGPT, show me the, how it's called, the dolphin emote?
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, yeah, of course, here it is. Oh, wait, this isn't if you have like deep thinking on, right? And, oh, wait, this isn't it. Here it is. No, wait, this isn't true. and it's like going into a circle of doom because it can't get out of it. Because it's 100% sure there is a dolphin emote, but there isn't. So it's continuously making false answers. It's complete. The chat is busted afterwards. You can't use it.
Yep.
But yeah, I really hate those AI. Really, it has to. I mean, for example, I think it was in this case, it was Gemini as well. I asked for like an animation, like to make animated sceneries, render scenes, right?
Yeah.
I asked for a proper. Hey, I have DaVinci Resolve, and and Fusion, and I have Blender. How is my pipeline? Would this work? And it says, "What the fuck? No, don't do this." Literally, right? It says this is a very bad idea. So, and this is something that I like. That it's not just saying, "Hey, that's the best idea ever that I ever heard of." It said, "No, it doesn't make sense." And this is something which was a great thing to see.
Yes.
That it's not a yes sayer. It's also giving like counter if it doesn't make sense.
Yes.
Morning,
Good morning,
Rayfield.
Aslan. Good to see you. Absolutely love the bat emoji. That is fantastic. Rayfield, good to see you as well. Good morning.
So yeah, this is definitely something I really. So, and the thing is, I tried, for example, with a riddle-based Discord bot. I tried my luck. So I
Yeah.
spent a lot of money.
Yeah, see, my
This is the
solution,
result.
that's the, anytime someone says pay as you go, what they really mean is empty your pockets while you learn. And so don't ever do that. Just to, not just you, but to anybody else in the audience who's considering using AI to get their feet wet with development, don't. Go with their minimum paid plan, and I do mean the minimum plan. Because, yes, when you start paying by tokens, it's nothing to murder 100,000, 200,000 tokens in a query. And if you're paying, a tenth of a cent a token, well, it doesn't sound like much until you start doing that whole math thing where 250,000 divided by 1,000 is 250 bucks. Oops.
I mean, so I used Cursor as which is like a derivative of Visual Studio Code, and it has like AI agents implemented like Claude and so on. So I use different part of their subscription. You have like you can use different bots. I tried different ones from Chatty, Gemini, and interestingly the best one that I used was Gemini Mini, so the cheapest one, where you just pay. This was that cheap that I even paid it by token because it was that dirt cheap. Because there was like one request where it completely compiled like a code base and like analyze it. It cost me like 2 cents. On the other hand, hey, have a look at this code with Claude 5. Was like 500,000 tokens. And suddenly I was at like 20 bucks with it. It was completely stupid.
Well, and this is the thing, and I think everyone needs to keep this in mind when we're talking about AI, or generative AI systems, is that what they're attempting to do is target a skills niche. And so you're not buying stupid. It may act stupid, but you're not buying stupid. What you're buying is a replacement for a human being. And so, to get a developer to spend an hour to work on a modern developer is expected somewhere in the 200 lines debugged per hour window, right? 200 lines working code debugged. Okay, sure, per hour. So if you ask it, write me this entire application, and it says, okay, I'm going to estimate that according to my work plan, that's going to be about 6 hours worth of work to do. It'll do it in about 5 minutes, but the token cost is going to be about 6 hours worth of labor. And most developers, cheap is 30 bucks an hour. So if you come out ahead of that number, you're winning. And that's a value proposition for generative AI systems, right? So, but you have to keep in mind what the intention behind them is. It's not to amuse people. It's to replace skilled labor. That's needed in a one-off. It's generative AI is the temporary worker pool. I need hi there temp company. I need a graphic artist, a a marketing writer, and a software developer for 2 days. Yeah, okay, we'll send them over. It'll cost you $2,000. Okay, do that. Generative AI now does that niche. That's what it's for.
Yeah, but so to be honest, so for example, this bot that I made, so this Discord bot cost me like $200 or even more. And the code is not good. So
Yeah.
quality-wise, it was absolutely not worth it. It was an experience, and I got at least a bit knowledge about, because at the end, it was like a training course, because I learned what did it completely wrong, and due to this, I knew on what I have to have a look at when it comes to coding.
Yep.
Just because it made that stupid things that I had to find out, okay, it's doing this thing, which is absolutely dumb as fuck. So this is something I know this doesn't work. So it was like an anti-hero at some
Yeah.
in some regard, right?
Yeah. The other thing too, and that a lot of people do, one thing a lot of people don't appreciate is that the current state of the art in software development outside of generative AI has been in a state of evolution, trial and error, for coming up on 3/4 of a century at this point. 3/4 of a century. In that time, for example, we developed an entire brand new idea, object-oriented programming. 35 years later, the guy who came up with the idea said, yeah, just stop doing that, throw it in the garbage, and go back to doing functional development. It works much better.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, and this is something, so generative AI is something on a small scale if you just want to have a code review and you know what you're doing. So
Right.
it can be helpful if you have a skilled laborer behind it. So there is someone who knows what they do. For example, so you have, for example, a very skilled programmer already who knows, who can monitor what the bot is doing, and for example, is just getting himself suggestions of code snippets.
All right. Hey, Diabetana. Okay, take care of yourself. Good luck with the household. And welcome in Twerpin. Mayo, you've just been raided.
How are you? How was your stream? Yeah, I just respond. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Trippin, I hope you had a great stream. 07, how are you? The thing is, so for example, I know programmers who use like generative AI or agents to kind of improve their workflow, because they know what they need. So for example, AI is out, so they have like Copilot running on Visual Studio, and it's automatically like giving automatic suggestions the whole time what could be there.
Yep.
By analyzing what you're doing there, and he just and I mean, this is like then like one function, for example, so it's not huge. You can just have a look, does it make sense, yes or no, or adjust it, and it's just improving your workflow. What doesn't work is something a lot of companies are currently betting on, and which will be very expensive for them, is simply saying, I just use the intern and he gets chatty and that's it. This will work somehow.
Yep.
This doesn't work.
Nope.
Let's say it like this. This just doesn't work out, because you need someone who really it can be something, I mean, it's like T9 autocorrection, right? It's, for some people it's helpful to just have someone who's automatically suggesting you text snippets that you can put in there. It doesn't work to write complete messages and answers. This normally doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
And I mean, at the end it's the same. It's just an algorithm that is like, okay, this could be what he needs, because it's just like interpreting what you want to have. It's not knowing. It's not an entity. It doesn't know what you want to do.
Yeah.
Out of your words, I mean, it's still the same basic functionality as it was in the 50s. There was already like an automatic answering bot, right? There was like the first AI, which was just it analyzed out of text snippets you had in your code, like in your answer. It analyzed what is in there and suggested fitting parts or giving an answer based on those parts that were in there.
Yeah.
So it was really
Elisa,
basic,
I was
but
just
it's
going to
still
say
working like
the
this.
original Elisa chatbot for bulletin board systems. If you spent enough time, fussing with basically reading over anything that was said to it by the users and then writing creative answers, you could get some fairly fascinating behavior out of it. But at the end of the day, all it was doing was looking for keywords.
And I mean, it's the same with like the first modern AI, which was Microsoft, when I remember right, a couple years ago, which ended very badly, as we remember correctly, where it started denying the Holocaust and such stories.
Yep.
Because it doesn't know what it hears there. It just it's for example, there's a lot of just as an example, a lot of on Twitter is saying, "Hey, Holocaust doesn't exist." And out of this, because there is a repetitive pattern, it's making itself an answer.
Yeah, so
And
this
is
is the reason I actually don't like the term AI, because everyone actually presumes the I means intelligence. It actually means idiot.
Yeah, at the end it's still just an algorithm. Yeah, literally it means intelligence, but the thing is, it is not intelligent. It's still algorithms over algorithms.
Yes,
intelligence
it actually
starts at this point where it is capable of understanding what it's saying there, and it doesn't do this right now.
No.
It is getting way better at it to at least tell you that it knows what you're talking about. But at the end, it doesn't know anything. It is not like it is not able to learn by itself. It is not able
Absolutely
to
Aslan.
have like a bullshit filter. Yeah, this is the thing. It doesn't have a bullshit filter. It doesn't have critical thinking. So this means
a lot of American voters don't have critical thinking either. So don't use that as a criteria.
This doesn't have to do anything with Americans, to be honest. This is generally applicable to many, pretty much worldwide.
Fair enough.
There
Yeah.
are a lot of
Yeah.
people
Okay.
that
Well.
can't-
Yeah. I mean, we'll go with that.
This is a very common issue worldwide, and it's nothing new either. It's something that it was always the case. Critical thinking was always an art for itself. But yeah, if you have no understanding of what you're talking, for example, just as an example, with YouTube, right? That if you have controversial themes like how it's called, the Earth is flat, those conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
It now gives, or Holocaust and such a stuff, it always gives like those Wikipedia parts of like explaining what it is to circumvent conspiracies.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a difference if it is a video explaining what the Holocaust is or is someone denying it, because the thing is, they couldn't even do, if they would do this, it would be that easy for anyone to just trick the AI that it would think that it is an information video instead of a conspiracy video.
Yeah. So MNCDK,
Because
and
there's
most
no
people
intelligence.
MNCDK says most people have no idea how LLMs work, and they just assume the output's correct. Yeah, you are. The problem, and this is why service guarantees citizenship. Yeah, that's apropos. No, because again, like I say, because people don't actually know what it is, and the marketing people for these various companies have chosen a term that is intentionally misleading, AI. They call it AI. They don't call it artificial intelligence because that implies something. They call it AI and let you fill it in. And I always insist on telling people that the answer is it's artificial idiocy. All right? If you keep that in mind, so if you keep that in mind, a lot of its behavior makes sense. But if you insist on thinking of it as an intelligence, well, that attributes to it a whole bunch of behaviors that it's actually incapable of right now.
And it will be for quite a while.
Yeah. The problem is that you don't actually need a lot of smart to do a lot of damage. That is the real concern.
I mean,
right?
you always have to remember factor human, and at this point you already know we are fucked. Because humans are really, I mean, do something, have the ability to do something stupid. Just an example, Jackass. I mean,
Yeah.
there's
But
no literal sense why this makes sense to risk your health and everything, but humans will always say, "Hey, this sounds fun, or it makes me look special, so I will just follow that."
yeah,
And so, especially if you have something like AI, I mean, there is the reason why it's always a yes sayer, right? Because humans always want to be praised and shown, hey, I'm super intelligent. And if the AI is giving them the feeling, hey, I'm something special, the AI said I know what I'm like, I looked through the world and all everything, even though this was absolute garbage what this person had as a logic. The AI will always say, hey, this is correct, and you're super good, you got it, you're intelligent, and this is why people will always believe it, because they get like sugar in the ass.
yeah.
This always works.
Aslan, yeah, Dunning-Kruger effect. No, and that's absolutely it. And we laugh about the idea of the Dunning-Kruger effect, but the problem is that it has been something that with
May I interrupt really quick?
education.
Sorry.
Yeah, with education for a while.
I have to agree with K. I have absolutely have to agree with K. The thing is, if we get an intelligent AI, we are fucked. The thing is, an intelligent, it's the same with aliens. If they ever come, they see we are the problem, and they will wipe us out just to save the world.
See,
That's the issue.
I'm just gonna say, so the danger. I'm just gonna I'll address the thing from Key real quick, and then I want to go back to what I was talking about. But with Key, the danger of actual artificial intelligence is we have, by definition, created it in our image. That's the problem, and because of our own evolutionary backgrounds, we have a bunch of bad habits that we haven't unlearned yet. And we will import those bad habits into whatever we build. Yeah, artificial LLFL defense squad. Yeah,
But the thing
artificial
is,
idiocy.
really,
Yeah, okay.
if this is really the thing. I think there was a movie about this, about like the US having some kind of, this was like an 80s movie or something like this, where the Americans had some kind of AI that got control over their nukes.
Oh no, that was actually okay. So you're thinking of the movie War Games. It was a brilliant piece of film for its era. It's pretty dated now. It's based on the idea that in the mid 1980s, the United States conducted a test, and they basically simulated a shoot order. In other words, various silos around around North America. Yeah, that was the one. Corbria got the order to launch nuclear attack. It was a drill. Okay. But the operators did not know that. They got what they thought were valid shoot orders. And what happened was over 50% of silos did not fire. And oddly enough, in the American defense industry, that was a huge problem because it literally meant that only half of America's nuclear arsenal was valuable. In the movie, they take that premise and they say, "Well, what happens if you just give the job to a computer?" So the premise,
the one where I don't know if it's the same. So this was where it's where like the AI befriended with like a Soviet counter AI, and as a result, these two AIs decided it's better to wipe out humanity, and just nuke each other just to wipe out humanity.
Interesting. I haven't heard of that one before. Aslan's, is that Colossus?
I can't remember it.
Yeah.
So it was like it's years ago. It's a
Yeah.
very old. So but it's like hey, we got our to like avoid that humans have to make the decision to nuke. We just give the and I mean the Russians still have something like this, like an automated system to decide on
Yeah, it's called a dead
various
man.
factors.
Dead man switch. Yep. Yep.
And something like this, and we give the full control of all our nukes to this damn thing, and yeah, it's befriended with the Soviets who made the same system or a comparable system. They like communicated, and they decided, hey, the worst problem of the Earth are the humans themselves. Let's wipe them out.
So, for me at least, I'm an AI optimist. I will state that in advance, but it's because I think that oh yeah, absolutely tubes. Yeah, no, that's well documented. Anthropic, the guys, the team that builds Anthropic, the team that builds Claude AI, are one of the leaders in actual behavior research for artificial intelligences, as we have them now. Again, AI, artificial idiots. But Anthropic takes the whole thing very seriously. They are probably one of the most forward-thinking and conservative shops out there. Again, this is one of these places where Elon Musk has done a lot of damage for no value. But so the thing with these systems is, when they're used properly, they do things that humans simply don't have the time. And what I mean is there. I'll give you an example. In materials engineering, AIs have artificial intelligences. Now, this is where I'm going to get picky. I'm going to stop using that term. Expert systems. Okay, not generals, general intelligences, but expert systems have done things like proposed polymer designs, where the human chemist engineers would have thought, no, it'll never work. But okay, the expert system says this is going to work. They've gone and done the test and found out that one, that polymer is possible, and two, that it actually does better than anything else we've invented so far. So there's a lot of applications.
I would like to make one critical thing. There's a difference between, so when we still I will continue calling it AI, but or let's just call it algorithms.
Yep.
Halfway intelligent algorithms. Let's say it like this. There's a difference between what we have in the consumer area, which is this generative AI.
Yes.
And there's for example, research algorithms you can use. For example, analyze huge pictures of the universe and analyze like infrared signatures and everything to see, for example, is there life on this planet?
Yes.
So those are like different kind of algorithms running there, and this is something I have really high hopes myself. For example, a very popular one is, for example, cancer studies. But they are not generative. They have like they search for patterns.
Yes.
And this is something that they can do in the same time frame that a human could do. Maybe one study they can do 1,000, 10,000, depending on how much server capacity they have.
Yes.
And this is something I personally find very promising. But this whole generative stuff is, I mean, it's just copy and paste. But
that was my point. The problem is because of the marketing departments, there is a conflation that all AI is bad, or all algorithms of this nature are bad. And my point is that's not the case. The ones which are being developed ethically to perform specific jobs do those jobs remarkably well, and they're valuable. It's the slop era that we're currently in, which actually poses us the biggest problems, because they're inherently the ones which are not, where the ethics of them and the purpose of them is so indistinct that anybody can bend the damn thing to make a mess.
For
And that's
example,
my
let's
complaint,
say,
and that's my reservation.
let's say advertisement algorithms are already what we could call AI, because they do exactly that, to find out what you could be interested in. But what I see, so the thing is, the, all those cases that the thing is, how should normal people should understand this? Because all those cancer study things, those are purpose-built algorithms that no normal consumer will ever use. So
You're right. This
they
gets
will
back
never
to
get
the
in touch with those.
this gets back to the discussion. It's where I was going earlier, which is it's the problem we identified in education. I'm an educator, by the way, a while ago. And while it has become popular to laugh at the Dunning-Kruger effect, the Dunning-Kruger effect was well understood in education long before it ever became a way of telling someone they were too stupid to understand they were being told they're too stupid. The phrase is the stages of learning are, you get to a point where you don't know what you don't know. And then you learn enough to know what you don't know. And then you learn enough to know something. And then that in turn tells you that there's a lot more you don't know. All right? And this progression is valuable. That is functionally, the Dunning-Kruger effect is in the middle of that. I don't know enough to know that I don't
Can you
know.
explain the Dunning-Kruger? I don't. It's probably maybe a translation thing, and I know it under a different name. Could you explain this to me?
Dunning-Kruger is literally someone who thinks they're an expert because they don't understand the problem, so the answer must be simple.
So the typical thing, why populism is always working.
Right. And populism only works the problem the cure, by the way, is well understood. The cure is well understood. MNCDK, I'm paraphrasing for simplicity. All right, I understand it is a much more complicated All right, I understand that is a bad paraphrase,
yeah.
but I'm also trying to work within the boundaries of me speaking English and them not speaking German. All right, because I can't explain in German and well enough for my attempt to explain in German would be worse than my attempt to explain in English. Let's do it that way.
Yeah, I would probably not understand it. Yeah, this is and I mean, I just need like a basic overview about what we're talking about.
So the Dunning-Kruger effect is essentially a tendency to believe that because that you are unaware of how much you do not know, and therefore you don't understand that you're not actually as good at something as you think you are. All right.
Interestingly, this is one of the reasons. This is one of the reasons personally why I think that and this is scientifically proven, that people with higher IQ have a higher chance of getting mental diseases, because people that live in their little world that is really limited in their in their world, they have a very limited worldview. Yep. They never knew how fucked up, for example, our society is, because they
absolutely.
never can comprehend this. And I think this is, or for example, that we are just a little dot in this huge universe, or that, yes, for example, we can be patriotic about the state or something. If you see this over 1,000 years, how many patriotic states were there? So for now, it's a big state. Just think about Venetia. This was one of the richest states in Europe or the world at this time. Mm-hmm. It doesn't exist for a millennia. So if you see it in the context of, I'm just a little light right now in this world that we are currently living in, and if I just compare it to the age of the universe, everything I'm doing doesn't matter. Suddenly you're getting very depressed.
Yes, existential dread is a thing. But to me, at least, the important thing that has been proven over and over and over again is that teaching a love of learning gets around most of the problems that we identify as as quote Dunning-Kruger, or a lack of understanding of lack of understanding. If you get taught critical thinking, if you get taught a love of learning, if you get taught a love of reading, then what happens is you are capable of understanding that there's always one more thing you haven't learned yet. Because that's the story of humanity. I've said it many times. It's my favorite frame of reference because it encapsulates something that's absolutely, to me, why the world feels a little bit unhinged these days. When my grandfather was born, Charles Lindbergh had not yet crossed the Atlantic. The Spirit of St. Louis had not yet flown. When my father was born, World War I was already over, and air-to-air dogfighting was now in the World War II stage, and aircraft were capable of hitting 500 kilometers an hour casually. When I was born, man had landed on the moon when I was born. So we went from not yet able to break the sound barrier in my dad's time to we're on the moon, and my son has never known a world without the International Space Station. There's always more to learn.
Or whatever.
Well,
So,
no, I mean,
think
that's...
there's-
But
there's
I
one
use aviation
philosophical,
because I'm an aviation fan. And so, and
Yeah.
there's just so many pieces that go into aviation. Everything from the monumental achievement of crossing the Atlantic in solo flight, to the idea that we can leave Earth's very thin, tiny protective blanket and go to a different planet or a different world. In this case, it's a satellite, but it's still different. In the span of 3 human lifetimes. Absolutely
This
stunning.
is something, to be honest, what I still find interesting. This was like something you could hear a couple years ago quite, or that I heard. For example, if you were born in like 1880,
Yep.
and you would have a normal today's average lifespan of, let's say, 85 years.
Yep.
In this, or you would have, when you were born, there were no cars. In your teens, there would be the first flights. You would encounter both world wars, the invention of modern aviation, how we have it, modern amenities, and you would have the invention of the first computer. You would have the first satellite in space, and at the end of your life, the first man would land on the moon.
MNCDK, I'm going to punch you in the nose by saying, no, I don't believe it. It's a fact. Belief requires faith. Facts just are. So yeah, like I say, I find the entire thing about
And I mean, this is just the evolution. I mean, to be honest, it is like the fastest evolution of humanity over those like 80 years that ever happened,
yeah.
technologically and society. Like the society changed dramatically in just those 80 years.
Yep.
Especially when, of course, not only you have to imagine at the end of the 19th century, like for example, Africa was just like a bunch of colonies.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of those 85 years lifespan, suddenly this is like an independent continent with dozens of countries that are independent, and most of those were independent. There were pretty much no colonies left.
Yep.
And so, like the whole, not only the society of Europe, the US, and so on changed, but the whole world society changed a lot. UN, of course, we already had like so in the 1800s we didn't have any United Nations like. Then we had the it's called the Völkerbund in German. This is like
League of
interwar
Nations.
period where we had like the first like United Nations type thingy. Then we had the United Nations, which are not very united, and yeah, but this is a different thing. But those kind of things, this happened in such a short lifespan that I can understand if you like growing up, you like lose track because so much things changed in such a like in one lifespan that were like fixed facts for generations, hundreds or even thousands of years, that no one would have ever been able to. And suddenly there is a rocket going into space.
Yeah.
Those are. This is really crazy if you just watch at this.
M and CDK, you are both correct and incorrect. One of those things that's been very quietly happening in Africa for the past 20 odd years is that a lot of the what are described as revolutions or civil uprisings or whatever phrase that gets used in the Western media, a lot of them are actually the various ethnic groups within those old colonial nations actually rewriting their own borders to basically to suit the zones that are traditionally of that particular group. So that is slowly adjusting itself. So while we certainly went into the while we certainly concluded the 20th century with you being 100% correct there, it's drifting more and more away as time has gone on in the 21st century, where Africa is slowly rewriting its own borders, which I think is great too.
I mean, it is a logical thing. We have to remember that those borders were made artificially. I mean, this is not. Normally, borders are always made by cultural, if something is the same, if it's equal. So you have the same, for example, religion. This is a reason to make a group, and then a lot of groups forming together, you have a state at some point, basically. So you have this pretty much the same culture, the same language, those kind of things. This is, for example, why in Europe there are so many countries, because those are all different cultures. Those are all former tribes. So, they settled in their areas and they united to defend each other and themselves more easily. This is why states exist, to defend each other more easily. If you have just 20 people, it's hard to defend something. If you have 20,000 people, it's getting easier. And then the thing was, the borders, how they were made on the Arabic subcontinent and in Africa, were completely without any knowledge of what they are doing, which resulted in that they made tribes that were for centuries were enemies of each other, were suddenly one state. This can't work out.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you hate each other, you will never unite.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and that's the aftermath of World War One. That's the aftermath of World War One.
And two.
A lot of the African map and Middle East map was a disaster of World War One. But yeah, the phrasing I've heard was that World War One is, quote, the seminal tragedy of the 20th century. Most of the problems of the 20th century directly stem from World War One. So.
Yeah, I mean, World War II happened because of World War One as well.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
It couldn't work out how. I mean, if you make reparations that force a state to be pretty much continuously bankrupt and unable to suit the basic needs of the society, of course it doesn't work. This can't work.
No, absolutely. It was. I was just going to say, revenge is never going to stop violence, and the reparations that were forced on Germany at the end of World War One were revenge, and as a result, the violence didn't stop, and we got World War Two. That's
pretty much the biggest disaster in human history. Yeah. But I mean, at the same part is like the start of a completely new era, at least for example, a lot of those colonies were able to gain independence after World War II. So the modern world without World War II wouldn't have existed in this case, in
Well,
this
yeah,
matter how it is today.
it winds up one of those unfortunate truths is that a good is that a good chunk of human advancement is completely dependent on, based on what I've seen in history anyway. Perhaps anybody who thinks differently is more than welcome to cite sources and explain. But unfortunately, the swiftest periods of progression in human history are always associated with survival. Anytime you have an existential threat, you see dramatic improvements in technology. That's just how humans are. And World War One and World War II provided a lot of people with existential reasons to try and improve things.
Yeah, I mean, it was the biggest, one of the biggest disasters in human history. There were a lot man-made disasters, but this is definitely one
Oh yeah, I'm not
the
disagreeing
worst
with you.
one.
Not disagreeing with you.
So, what's interesting? I mean, but a lot of things like this whole humanistic policies, like they are today, right? This, or for example, that we have those kind. I mean, yeah, the United Nations are very inefficient and so on, and don't really have to say anything. But that we have this idea of a united, that all states at least sit at one table, even when nothing really important is getting decided most of the time. But at least there's like the first approach of having like a dialogue between all countries, no matter which ideology, and no one is getting excluded, even when they are the worst and evil dictatorship or whatever. They still have a, like, they are still there.
See, I'm going to actually go back and argue that the perception that nothing gets achieved by the United Nations is largely a fabrication of the American government. And in point of fact, there's a lot of work that gets done by the United Nations that is improving people a lot of places. The problem ultimately is that the United Nations, by virtue of its existence, is a threat to hegemony. And there are three very powerful hegemonies right now that are also coincidentally members of the Security Council. And so there is a cap.
This is what I mean.
Yeah, but the day-to-day business of the United
Nations
Nations is incredibly, actually, productive in terms of everything from making sure vaccines reach underprivileged or lacking countries, to food aid, to peacekeeping. Canada, keep in mind, for the longest time was manning the line between on Cyprus between the Turks and the Greeks. And when the Canadian peacekeeping mission there, which was a UN peacekeeping mission, that was a Blue Beret operation, came to an end. I think it lasted about 18 months before they were back both sides were back in front of the United Nations saying, could you please put a peacekeeping force back? So I think that...
Yeah, you made 2 points, so you made one essential point. The concept and what is like my manager.
Yes,
that's okay,
yes,
MNC,
MNCDK,
okay.
yes.
No, so first about the concept, like peacekeeping troops and humanitarian aid, is incredible that we have something like this. I mean, how many disasters were there in the world, right? Mm-hmm. And at least getting a bit relief in these situations is already great, even if it's not changing the world. The problem is, and you already named it, is the Security Council, because the real call it executive power is laying in the Security Council, which is completely man-made post World War II. Just the winning powers get there shouldn't be any veto power. That's the thing. The thing is, you will not take it away, of course. I mean, who would give it away? But if you have systems that are completely hostile to each other, Soviet Union / Russia, China, and then the Western powers, how should you get any decision done? Let's be honest. This
Well, and
doesn't
that's
work.
why I actually find it absolutely fast. Keep in mind, the Security Council's scope is incredibly narrow, and it largely only has to do with matters for lack of a better way of putting it, of war. Where the idea is managing threat, managing saber rattling, and dissuade, and in spite of all of that, we've still got peacekeeping missions that happened.
Yeah, but
Again,
this is never something essential. Those are like little conflicts where no one of the big power has an interest of escalating. If this part happens, this doesn't work, because at this moment, for example, there couldn't be a peacekeeping mission for example, just freeze the front lines of Ukraine, because Russia is there and has veto rights. So they just say no, and it doesn't work. Because they don't have
and
an
we've seen
interest in
this
freezing the
before.
front.
We've seen this before. That was the Second Persian Gulf War, the quote coalition of the willing, under George W. Bush, to deal with the weapons of mass destruction that turned out to not exist. And so this is one of those places where the UN said no, there's not enough. We're sorry, there's simply not enough evidence for the UN to say, yeah, okay, this makes sense. And it turned out that the UN was right. So while you are correct that there is a level of institutional paralysis that is present, haste makes waste. People who want to go quickly on world affairs are generally people who haven't done the research. Now, certainly you can always point at circumstances like Ukraine and say, hey, this is the thing. And yes, you are correct. It is an example of institutional paralysis. But at the same time, the United Nations, below the Security Council, has said repeatedly that that Russia needs to get out of there. That vote has happened twice now. There have been censures and everything else. And at the end of the day, the definition of rogue state is that when the United Nations tells you back up and sit back down, do you? If you don't, you're a rogue nation. And the reality
Doesn't make
is,
a difference, though.
well,
Because there's nothing that can happen, because there's no one who can. If, for example, if you have a democratically voted or randomized, this would be even better. Randomized Security Council that has to democratically vote on those decisions. There's always the chance that those things are getting sanctioned, or even when something like now, like Ukraine happens, there is someone who can say, we know, okay, there is a decision from the whole council, from everyone, right? There's the majority vote. Now we are intercepting, and we will at least freeze the war how it is right now to.
So here's the
avoid
problem
bloodshed.
with that, okay? And this is one of these places where I think, and this isn't intended as slight at you, it's just commentary. Just so you know, I studied political science while I was in university. So I don't know of a single country right now who is willing to start shooting at Soviet aircraft over the skies of Ukraine. I say this because no one's other than Ukraine is currently doing it. There are 11 nations who have the ability to project air power consensually. In other words, Ukraine has been yelling, please set up a no-fly zone. There are 11 nations, including Germany, who could trivially put fighter squadrons in the air over Ukraine 24/7. Whether or not the United Nations says go or not.
This has
No,
something
hang
to do
on.
with our bureaucracy.
Yeah, okay, but that doesn't. Okay, but the point is that it doesn't matter what the UN says. The Security Council doesn't have a military. It has to turn to its member states and say, okay, the United Nations Security Council has just said we're going to start shooting down anybody who flies over Ukraine. All right. And then Russia can say, well, just so we're clear, anybody who takes part in that operation, we're going to nuke. Which is basically the exact dialogue we're having today. We just don't have the Security Council agreeing to it. The reason France has not deployed, their air force over Ukraine is they don't want to trade Paris for Kyiv. That's it. Why aren't the Americans flying over Kyiv? Because they don't want to trade Boston for Kyiv. That's why. Every country in the world.
Do you really need Boston?
If you wanted to demonstrate that you were absolutely serious, then the city of Boston on the eastern seaboard would be the city that you would drop a nuclear weapon on. It's small. Yeah. It's big enough to make a difference, and small enough that if negotiations go well, you can pretend it didn't happen. If you hit New York, 25 million people. No, too big.
Yeah, and the UN is dead.
All right. So,
and the UN itself is dead, so this would make an issue then to make a decision when the UN isn't there.
But the point is that there isn't a politician, an elected politician in any country in the world I'm aware of, who's willing to go in front of their electorate and say something along the lines of, "I'm the Prime Minister of Canada. I've decided I'm willing to trade the city of Montreal and the city of Calgary to ensure the defense of Ukraine." That guy would last 10 minutes. They'd be voted out.
Yeah, of course.
No,
I mean,
nobody is interested in risking a nuclear war. That's it.
Not only
doesn't matter what the Ukraine.
Not only nuclear war. No one wants to have losses on their own side. And I mean, let's be honest. With Germany and how Ukraine is a joke for itself. Sending helmets was like the. I mean, luckily this woman is out of office. Because,
what about Quebec? Aslan, Montreal is the largest city in Quebec. So the reality is that it doesn't. Like I say, the problem. Everyone attributes the current situation in Ukraine to a lack of progress at the Security Council. But the reality is, if the Security Council was to put forward a mandate that they need 10 nations to volunteer one squadron of combat aircraft each, I don't know if they get 10 squadrons. I really don't. Because I don't know, because given this persistent saber rattling that comes out of Moscow, Vladimir Putin has said if anyone puts their boots on the ground or their planes in the sky over Ukraine, we're presuming you're at war with us and we'll hit you. Now, here's the thing. He can be lying through his teeth, but there's a game that's called Russian roulette that no one likes playing.
Besides the Russians, funnily enough.
Yeah, even the Russians don't like playing it. Russian roulette is commonly played by people who are so desperate that a 1 in 6 chance is better than the odds they've got right now.
And yeah, I mean, sometimes the majority is there just drunk, but this is...
Yeah. So,
But the thing is, I mean, Ukraine is just one example, but the thing is, this, of course, is also going onto the integrity. This is what I want to get out to. When there is no capability of, for example, saying, okay, this happens, and there is a decision made, if there is one nuke going, all other nukes are going the other way. I mean, to be honest, for example, American have a very clear line on this. So if there is any nuclear attack happen on American planes on American soil, for example, there will be a nuclear revenge immediately.
Oh,
don't
get
France,
me wrong.
But,
there isn't anybody who's out. There's nobody in defense who takes Vladimir Putin seriously on the nuclear threat. I'm not talking about people in the defense industry. I'm talking about elected politicians who have to deal
you
with...
have to sell it, yeah. And no one
who
wants
deal
to
with the
have own
population who are basically
fuck.
being asked, let's play Russian roulette. Let's play Russian roulette with 1 million people. You down for that game?
losses.
Of course
Should I
not.
be honest?
You know, the job of elected politicians is not to get voted out of office. It isn't. Okay, let's just make that obvious.
Yeah, I mean, this is the obvious problem of democracies.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
you have to be voted in again.
Yeah, Hot Fuzz do. Yeah, just so you're aware, by the way, my background is I'm ex-Canadian Navy. I'm a Cold War kid, and at one point in time had top secret clearance. And yeah, things like how nuclear war works, I'm tragically familiar with. And what we would be talking about is what they would call a show of force strike, where you call somebody up and you say, we're going to hit this city. You've got 12 hours to get everybody out, and then you hit the city. Now everybody understands that no, that it doesn't work that way. That was a piece of Cold War fiction that never would have gone that way. Everybody understands that. It's just that the news media loves that narrative, and so that narrative persists. And that's why even the discussion about, who's willing to trade Berlin for Kyiv or who's willing to trade Paris for Kyiv, that's a discussion that comes out of the idea back in the Cold War that the red phones were, look, if you don't get out of this area, we're going to start writing off your cities. One at a time. That was part of the discussion that everybody knew would happen. Everyone knew it would never happen, but officially that was part of the dialogue. Everybody understood that the first use of nuclear weapons would actually happen at sea. You would not you would never target a city. You would hit naval assets because there's nothing else around them, and there's no question about whether or not it's a military target. But that's not the game that Vladimir Putin plays.
Funnily enough, no one would really be sad about Berlin, beside everyone in Berlin, but...
Yeah, I was just going to say, well, you can say the same thing. No one would be too terrible.
Interestingly enough, as the only capital in Europe, it would be even good for our GDP if Berlin ceased to exist. This is really the case.
Mayo, that is Berlin absolutely so German of you. It's inefficient to keep Berlin. Let's nuke it.
Yeah, I mean, at least we put it on the line. Yeah.
And yeah, Hot Fuzz. Yeah, there's no such thing as a deep enough bunker. So the Americans, I don't know if you're in the U.S. or not, but just a silly story, Cold War story. The Americans, of course, built Cheyenne Mountain, which is a couple of kilometers of solid granite. It's a pyramid. Cheyenne Mountain is a huge, basically ignores the universe piece of rock that they built a military base a kilometer below. So you've got a couple of kilometers above you, and then there's another kilometer above you, and they said, ha! Russia can never disable NORAD. And
you just have to attack the
Russians said the Russians did the math and literally sent them a note that said it would take us this many nuclear weapons to absolutely melt the mountain, so we'll just entomb you.
Yeah,
and everyone had a good laugh.
If not, you just have to take care of the entry, and no one is getting out of there anymore. And
yeah, but the point is
that can't communicate.
Oh, yeah, but the point is that Cheyenne Mountain was actually designed to deal with that, by the way.
Yeah, but there's...
It was actually designed to be sealed from the surface and then dig its way back out again. There's an entire city under there. The point is the Russian solution was simply melt the mountain because they have enough nuclear weapons to do it, which means there isn't a bunker deep enough if they want you badly.
I mean, this is always the case. You just have to hit it
Oh, yeah.
hard. I mean, yeah, it would probably it would, like a single strike, it would just shrug off. But there's always a limit on how much it can take. That's
Yep.
with everything. There is always like an expiration date.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Aslan, yeah. The concern that several countries have, it's one of the reasons that there's a weapon, there's a moratorium on weapons proliferation for anti-satellite and stuff like that. Most of the major players have them. We all know that. Every once in a while, China reminds everyone they have one that works. The concern is that you can't, is that when you blow something up, there's still pieces everywhere. And the nightmare scenario becomes is that you create, I can't remember the name of it, but there's in the 70s, I believe it was, a scientist had basically concluded that you would create a chain reaction where, a couple of satellites slamming into each other generates a bunch of shrapnel, which is now moving in a supersonic cloud or a hypersonic cloud around the Earth, which then runs into another satellite. And shreds that satellite, and you create this snowball effect where eventually there's no way to get into orbit again.
Not only this, it also destroys your own combat capabilities in space. And the thing is, it's already today, it's an issue. There is so much waste up there that, for example, the ISS has to do several emergency maneuvers per year because it would otherwise go in a storm, and it just has to be a sand corn size object that is going the opposite way around. It would be that fast that it just pierces through your whole station and everything is destroyed. And you would die. This is the huge issue. So the moment you would destroy one satellite, there is a chance that you take out all satellites and your own ones as well, what you don't want to have.
Yeah.
So, they just accepted it because it would be a situation where they also destroy their own stuff. Otherwise, no one would have accepted it.
Yeah. There's, which is the reason that for the longest time, the Russians switched to, instead of kinetic kill weapons, to using lasers, actually, just to, what we now refer to in military parlance as dazzlers. Essentially just a laser beam whose singular job is to screw up the sensors on the satellite. Doesn't knock the satellite out of orbit, just the satellite's useless now. So, yeah, and that's fine, Hot Fuzz. I don't ask anyone to believe anything I say. I just ask people to listen to me because, this is entertainment. I'm a firm proponent that if you're taking serious advice about matters like critical thinking and the state of world politics from somebody who pretends to be a vampire on the internet, that probably you need to go talk to someone who's an adult. I'm probably not that person.
Or a professional.
That said...
But the thing is, of course, this is something I want to encourage right now. This is our opinion, what we just share.
Oh, yeah.
Always make your own thoughts, guys. Just because
Kessler
we
syndrome.
think this
Thank
is
you,
the way. And personally, for example, I would have no issue with risking a couple cities. There's still... You have your own opinion and worldview, and this is absolutely okay. Even if it's one that I would totally disagree with, that it's still your own opinion, and this is something every human is entitled to have. So go for it. And not all opinions that you would share in this chat would stay on this chat, but everything else, make your own opinion. You can be completely opposite of what we are thinking right now. This is absolutely okay. And no one is taking it. We are not taking this personally or anything. If you say, "Hey, I don't agree on this," this is part of. Especially if you're in a democratic society, this is something you have to live with. That someone else is disagreeing with you.
I'll go so far as to say that people who know me well, I will often quote myself as saying I'm rarely happier than when I'm proven wrong because it means I'm about to learn something.
I I would agree with this. Yeah, I would
I
definitely agree
like
with
conversations like this because it's an exchange of ideas. I just, like, for example, the idea that if you were to ask Canadians as a whole, hey, would the country run more efficiently if we nuked Ottawa? You get a lot of really upset hockey sticks heading your way. The idea that it would be a political joke in Germany, I love it.
I mean, it's the
That's a
same.
piece of
For
German
example,
culture I had no access to up to that moment.
I mean, yeah, I mean, this is my personal humor as well. So this is not.
Oh yeah, but
I mean,
you know,
but yeah, I know what. But for example, what you have is, but yeah, just this is clear. So everything we are talking about, you don't have to agree on anything with this, really.
no,
Neither me nor Rich will be angry if you say, for example, we need this, or you can say, yeah, communism is a good idea. You can say, hardcore capitalism is a good idea. We tend to disagree, maybe, but this is, I mean, this is okay. This is discourse. This is something that is very healthy for society to have a discourse
absolutely.
and not just be like. That is something that we have really missing at our current society. Everyone is just black and white and is really not allowing any other opinion to stay. This is dangerous.
You know, like I am of the opinion that there's some opinions that should never be stated. Okay, somebody's right
For
to
example, if
grieve
someone is
should
denying
never
the
be up for
Holocaust or
discussion,
something,
right? But beyond that, you know, the answer, the guideline I come up with is if you wouldn't say this to me in my living room over coffee, then don't say it in my chat channel. Beyond that,
yeah.
yeah,
For example, what would be in my channel, if you deny the Holocaust, you will be immediately banned.
oh,
Just
same here.
for a simple reason already. There's one simple reason. Because if I let it stay, I could get jailed. Because
Yeah.
denying the Holocaust in Germany is a very hard crime.
Yep.
And also this is I mean, we should stay with like I mean, yeah, we can make jokes about Nuke Berlin, which is very funny. But there's a difference between like making this on a serious note or making this as a joke.
Yes.
There's a huge difference there.
Yeah.
And the moment where you are like, for example, this is why I always use the Holocaust, because this is an example of hatred against humanity. This
Yep.
is something, if you make this on a serious note, that I cannot accept to state, because it is pure hatred. I mean, you can, for example, there's a difference between you're criticizing Israel for what they're doing in Palestine. I will not go into this theme, not at all, but you can criticize it. Resulting this in we have to kill all Jews is something different. This is what I want to go
Absolutely.
out of.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I
So
think Germany's.
always-
Yes, Corbria, I agree with you.
absolutely, yep, absolutely agree.
And part of it is actually based on, from what I understand of some medical papers I've read, is actually a survival
Yours?
instinct. You know, is a survival instinct. We tend to the human brain actually activates when you are basically told that a truth that you have is a falsehood. Your brain reacts to it in the same way as someone waving a fist in front of you, which I think very fascinating
Yeah.
about how
And I
humans
mean,
are literally built.
and we have to remember, I'm German, Jew, yeah, ski. But the thing is, so yeah, there happen things due to ideology. This is the thing where it's like spreading hatred or calling for violence against religious or whatever groups, political groups. For example, I am not a fan of just having um, everyone has, first of all, like a right on their own opinion. For me personally, as long as it doesn't interfere with the honor or how it's called, the well-being of other people.
Yes.
And even if you are anti-democratic, this is your personal ideology. Feel free to say, I don't think democracy is the solution, and there are enough arguments for it and against it.
Yeah.
And this is something we can discourse about. But shooting your opponents is never the solution.
No, absolutely. Keep it respectful.
Yeah.
No. And by the way, I have a tremendous, speaking of respect, I have a tremendous amount of respect for how well you managed to communicate such bloody complicated concepts and dialogue in not your native language. I deeply appreciate that you're willing to have this discourse with me in English. French is my officially
We can now start it in German.
Like, French is officially my second language, and I can tell you I don't think I'd be able to have this conversation in French. So you have, yeah, amazing. Minnie, I disagree. Because irony has to be a thing, right?
And yeah, this is okay. Let me tell you one reason why this is okay. We are humans. We are, and when there's one definition of that fits humanity like anything else, it is humanity equals imperfection.
Oh,
and
yes.
When we come back to the AI theme, so everyone who hates politics has something. We cannot build a perfect AI because we are humans, and there's nothing that we do that is perfect at all. It is impossible. Nature itself is imperfect. There is nothing perfect. I mean, if nature is perfect, there wouldn't be any evolution because the first creation of nature would be already the final stage, right? Yeah, this didn't work well for the dinosaurs, though. It got a bit cold, and suddenly they couldn't work it out anymore.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yes, Canadian, you are perfect. A perfect troll. Carry on.
I mean, everyone can. I mean, you can say I'm perfect. This is your own opinion. This doesn't make it factually correct. But it's your own opinion, and this is completely okay to believe in this. If it helps you cope with something, it is even better.
Yeah, we all have our favorite delusions. I mean,
yeah.
All right.
A lot of dinosaurs. Yeah, of course, but it's an evolution. This is the thing, Minikai. There happened an evolution, and it's not they were not there from the beginning on. They originated out of that section, but they are not.
Yeah.
Like the OG. And I mean, we see it with humans as well. There were the Neanderthals and everyone, and then came the Homo erectus and how they all called. Who cares? This is something, that comes over time, and it's like a man. We are aging like fine wine. So we have to be perfect. Morning, Canadian. How are you doing?
I've had some fine wines which were better left in the bottle. Let's just say that.
What you guys up to today?
I'm actually just about to flash up the factory ship here and probably go find myself an asteroid to chew on.
Nice, fun. And I'm currently working on my Nexus. And Minikai, do you believe in the Big Bang Theory? I would come out with an answer, and my theory is starting what came before the Big Bang. Because this is the interesting thing. What came before? And there are interesting theories, and it will always be theories because human existence will never last long enough to find out what really happened. But yeah, there has to be a big. So I mean, there were. This somewhere had to be the impact, and this is something that you can, in my opinion, combine religion with. So we are not talking about like hardcore religion. We are talking about a general thing that there is something that, even if it's not like in the Bible, for example, the 7-day creation, but it's like where is the origin of everything? This is something we humans will never find out, and this is very interesting if you think about it, because it was like a super combined area that like exploded into the universe, right? The Big Bang. What was before this? There's, for example, the theory that the universe is like breathing. It's first expanding, and then like it's it's called. What's the opposite of expanding?
Contraction.
It's shrinking again.
Yep.
Yeah, it's contracting back into like a super solid structure, and it's doing this the whole time. This is, for example, one theory, but this is something we will never find out what happened before.
Yeah.
And
interestingly, to answer your question, Minikai, interestingly enough, so astronomy, astrophysics is a hobby of mine. I know I have weird hobbies. Amongst other things, I hang out with you a lot. So they actually know the theory is quote wrong. They know that. What I mean by that is because their theory is predicated on math that can't explain a black hole, and the rule in astrophysics or in science in general is if you ever get an infinity or a singularity, you know your math is wrong. And yet, the reality is the only explanation we have for the Big Bang and for what goes on in a black hole is the existence of a singularity. So even the people whose job is to professionally stare at this stuff every day know they're wrong. The catch is, as with most theories, is it's the best theory we have, and it's the theory that currently, other than 2 pieces of data, the start and the stop, all of the data supports. The only other place that there's a head scratch, which is really exciting, is the idea of what they call the Hubble tension. The idea that when you do the math for the age of the universe using 2 different technologies, instead of agreeing with each other, they disagree. And they disagree, and the funny part is the better we get at doing the measurements, the more they disagree. Which tells us there is something, we're right on the edge of uncovering a brand new science about the universe. And that's really exciting to me. So, do I believe in the Big Bang Theory? Okay, so again, theories are science. Science is made of facts. And the question is do the facts support the supposition? Right now, it's the best answer we've got. It's not a matter of belief. It's a statement of truth. It's the best answer we've got. Do I believe that we're close to coming up with a better answer within the next century? Absolutely.
If it's the right one, we will never know, though. But there will be theories all over the place, whenever. But Aslan, infinities. The thing is, I mean, infinities. First of all, are exceeding what we can imagine. How can you imagine something that has no end? But this is like the definition of of infinity. It's infinite.
Welcome back, Minikai. Sorry that you crashed out. Huh. Accidentally went into orbit. That's cool. Now, let's.
Why you do these things?
I want.
But yeah, I mean, there, for me personally, I mean, this is now personal, right? And those are just theories. At least for what we have at our current science, there's no reason for me to believe that there is nothing that there is something we cannot describe at our certain state. So there's at least a reason to say that there is something that is past our comprehension. So this could be a god, this could be whatever, we don't know. And yeah, it's definitely an interesting thing. And yeah, but the thing is, if you just think, the thing is, comprehending something that you can't comprehend really makes your brain melt.
Like I say, to me, so things that make you go, So they did there was a study done recently. I cannot remember if it was by ESA or NASA or if it was an affiliated university, but it was one of those two, who just for amusement did an analysis of the relative movement of everything that they've been able to see in the universe. Because right now we actually have the ability to take multiple photos of the same chunk of sky over multiple nights, over multiple years. We've got, astronomy is over a century old at this point. So we've built up some interesting maps. And when you stick all of those through a computer, and you say, "Get back to me when you're done with this."
Astronomy is as old as humankind, pretty much. We always watch the stars. It's not
I agree with you. When I say astronomy, I mean okay, allow me to rephrase photoastronomy.
Okay, yeah.
All right. So we've got photoastronomy is approximately a century old at this point. And so we built up some pretty good star maps, and we built up after that some pretty good galaxy maps, which is interesting. And we can see back. Light is a time machine in its own way. When you're looking at something that's 13 billion light years away, well, you're looking at it as it was 13 billion years ago. So you can map out the behavior of the universe through time, which is kind of cool. And they said, is there any particular pattern to the movement of the galaxies that we are aware of? The answer everyone expected was, of course not, because the whole principle, one of those founding principles of astrophysics, is that the universe is basically the same in all directions. In other words, there's no particular bias towards energy, movement, or anything else in any particular direction. Anywhere you go in the universe, you're going to see roughly the same behavior. And the reason we actually have to do that is because otherwise it makes it impossible. That the reason we run on this presumption is because otherwise, if we're unique, it makes it impossible to make generalizations. If we're unique, we are by definition the exception to the rule. So we presume we are not unique. And Hot Fuzz nailed it. Yes. The problem is they've discovered there is actually a statistically significant number of galaxies that are all moving in what roughly amounts to an orbit. So the next question becomes, around what and why? It works out that if you figure out so then someone did the math, and the math is completely beyond me. I'm not even going to paraphrase it, but it works out coincidentally that if you work out the amount of matter in the universe, okay, they have a way of doing this, and you say if all of that matter was in a black hole, how big would the black hole have to be? The answer you get is the observable universe. things that make you go, So if you've seen a news article go by that, we are in a black hole, blah, we don't know that. The best part is it wouldn't matter if we did. Why wouldn't it matter? Well, because literally there isn't enough time left in the universe to get to the edge of the universe. So, but just the idea that, well, okay, so let's play the game, the Infinite Infinities. What's that black hole in? Well, the answer would have to be another universe. Okay. Wait a second. But to me, it's absolutely fascinating that we've gotten to the point where we can start having conversations about the idea that our reality is and it explains a lot if you think about current politics, that our reality is basically the result of another universe's trash compactor.
What's still interesting, so the thing is, this is a bit different, and of course it's out of a movie, so right, it's not the best source, but if you think about Man in Black 1.
Yes.
And now it is about the kitten with this little galaxy around its neck.
Yep.
Who says we are not this little galaxy?
Yes. Or the alien playing marbles at the end. I loved it.
Yeah, who knows? This is
right.
Like destroying your mind if you try to comprehend this.
Hey, Canadian, welcome in.
Thank you.
Canadian's just joined the shared chat for all of you hanging out over on mine. So you'll be hearing from his viewers and as well as his charming voice as we debate life, the universe, and everything. Which makes a lot of sense for a space game, if you're going to debate something.
Yeah, and personally, what I'm still, and this is why Debitania's in-game name is Fort Prefect.
Mm-hmm.
And if you just imagine Douglas Adams, this was like end of the 80s when this story evolved, right? When he wrote this book. Or was it even earlier? I can't. But this was real computers, and but there were already those kind of philosophy. It's still like a very fun and entertaining book.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it has so many philosophical questions, which is, if you just think about it, it's crazy.
Second here. August publication date for Life, the Universe, and Everything was August 1982.
So it's the beginning of the 80s, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is. There are so many. It first, especially if you just. It first looks like just like an entertainment book, right?
Yeah.
But there are some very deep philosophical questions in there.
Oh, yeah.
What is the core this is, philosophically speaking, this is like the core of all religions. This is the core of something humanity was curious about since its existence.
Yeah.
Who are we? And what the heck do we do here? What's our purpose?
I think, to me at least, I think the idea that the Greeks had the entire idea of the planets, that gods, the wanderers, were just literally this absolute nihilism that underwrote their entire civilization, that, it was absolutely unknowable. And what basically happened on any given Tuesday was basically a reflection if somebody was having a bad day on Mount Olympus and you just happened to be the one they took it out on.
The thing is, this early stages of philosophical, the thing is, there are so many things that we today are like self-explanatory that we know those.
Mm-hmm.
Those were things no one could have imagined we ever even know that they are there.
Yeah.
There was, I mean, yeah, they could watch the stars. This is something they did already before we started settling as humans. They watched the stars, shamans, and everything. I mean, this is like, it is, if you think about it, like the answer why we are there is something we tried to get since our pure start of existence. Because shamans, for example, that we had when we lived back in the caves and when the settling started, they did nothing else than giving everyone something to, like, okay, this is our purpose in life, and this explains at least a little bit what's happening right now. Why is, for example, why is there bad weather? They could not explain this like we can do today, because we can scientifically explain how rain works and how, but they still try to find a solution to explain explain the existence of it. And this is something fascinating. And I mean, yeah, for if a god exists, we will never know. At least this is my this is I mean, this is pure this is just one thing that got out of it to get an explanation for something we can't comprehend.
I think we're just
Because
not doing enough human sacrifices, honestly, for the bad weather.
We'll start with you.
yeah,
Okay, I'll take it.
I mean, depending on depending on the time, this was a great honor to be a sacrifice. So
Yep, I actually
at some
have
points
encountered that as
it
well.
was punishment. At some points it was, but I mean, yeah, that's the thing. At some points it was a great honor to be sacrificed for the gods, and this was without just to because it explained their life, so they accepted it as fact.
Well, you know, in most religions, tremendous sacrifice results in some form of ascension or transcendence. You know, every religion has got this idea that if you play nice, you know, you are rewarded in some way by the whatever the powers are that are. And so, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, if you just go into every of the big religions, there are things that don't sound that nice. Absolutely true. Or maybe can be interpreted to resolve into hatred. But
I was just going to say, yes, anything involving the Aztec religions the Aztec religion is pretty damn sketchy from word go.
No, I'm talking about the modern religions that we have.
Oh,
if you have a look at a lot of basic messages that are in the Old Testament, so the Torah, which is the same, pretty much, besides some translational things, or the New Testament, it's always the case to try to modify this quite philosophical approach why we are there with or the Quran as well, of course, with teaching on how to be a good human. This is like the general gist of all those writings. Is still there's always the message of help others, help them to be good, don't strive for success and richdom and your pure egoistic thing, because this was always a thing humans always strive to do just for their own sake, right? Just try to get their own benefits out of it. And those were this is like the general gist in all of those writings. There are always tips on how to be a proper human being, to be we could call it a plus for the society, but I mean in general it's just to don't be a nuisance,
Don't be a dick.
don't be a dick.
Ultimately,
this is the gist in all of those writings from centuries, millennia ago.
yeah. you know, and don't be a dick really amounts to don't be disruptive to the community. One
because
of those
the
things that if
community
you
was
spend enough
always
time,
survival.
oh, absolutely, if you spend enough time staring at history, history is about communities and what does and does not work in communities, and how sometimes even the most powerful communities can run into forces that they just can't deal with. And at the end of it, you really do have to spend a certain amount of time understanding that the more integrated you are as part of a community, the better off your individual odds are. But that also means that you have to some of your individual high-end desires, your luxuries, need to be every once in a while trimmed back a bit so that other people get enough. And that's, at the end of the day, that is really what most, from what I've been able to determine, reading as a writer, and as well as a professional game master, you spend an awful lot of time staring at what has happened in history and what has happened in various religions, because you're always looking for ideas. Well, so that's interesting, Minikai. I think greed is a natural response to starvation. We all have our inner loot goblin based on the fact that we've all suffered in some way through periods where we didn't have enough. Now, what that might be, enough of what, I will leave to the listener, but at the end of the day, all of us have been through a drought of some kind, be it emotional, be it physical, be it food, be it water, whatever. We've all been through droughts. We've all been through lean times. And so when you have more than you need suddenly in front of you, you want to grab it all and stash it aside for the next time there's a drought. And so, to me, greed isn't
you listen to like a successful CEO's story and things like that, and usually there's like a story about like how they struggled and suffered and those types of things, and then they become super successful in those things. And it's like, it takes into the exactly what you're saying, whereas like, there's that time when they didn't have enough, and then it brings in that inner loot goblin almost, where now they're taking it all in, and they're trying to make sure they don't not have enough.
Yeah, and so inherently I don't think greed is a problem. Greed, when it starts affecting the rest of the community, is a problem. And so, and really, and maybe that's the definition of greed, is when I want something to the exclusion of the benefit of somebody else. But
yeah, this is I would call this a definition, because at the point where it's not for the greater good, let me say it like this, but for the own, let's say, in today's capitalistic world, it would be getting money,
individual over
women,
over society.
whatever.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is always the case. Smile and hydrate. Yeah. I need a cigarette in a second. This was always, I mean, in many societies, it ended very badly at the moment that someone who was just interested in their own benefit and not the benefit of all.
Right.
Especially if you're, for example, if you're a leader, and you're just interested in your own benefit, this is an issue.
Yes.
This is this is, if you just have a look at a cliche dictatorship, this is, in this case, for example, in Africa, because their richdom is something different, but if there is no interest in like that, what you're doing there is also like helping out the society, your own people, this will result in those people running into issues. They are starving or whatever, and this can lead to the collapse of your whole society. And this is why where a lot of, and this is why a lot of religions have, for example, or a lot of those, for example, I have the Quran here, I have the Bible here. There are always those stories for in the Bible, it's for example a lot in the Old Testament, but also in the New Testament with how he called the Pontius Pilatus, the regiment who wants to kill the young Jesus
Yeah.
after he was born. It's greed.
That was
And this is
that
always
wasn't
something-
Pilate. Yeah, that
No,
that was Herod.
That
was Herod.
Yeah.
King Herod. Yep.
But yeah, it was always no wait, Pilatus was the one at the end sacrificing him. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there was always the case of a greedy. I mean, we should not take those stories. At least in my opinion, should take those stories as word how they are called, but the moral story.
You shouldn't take them as gospel.
You should not take them by word, in my opinion. But this is also, I mean, if you want to follow it, as long as it doesn't hurt others, this is you're free to say do it as you like, right? But there's always like a greedy person, and he's causing the disaster about their over their kingdom due to their greed.
Yeah.
This is a very common story in all religious writings. This is not only in the Western or African, Arabian world, which is quite.
It's
mixed.
it's transhuman. You know,
Copia
you
is
find it in
correctly-
every human.
Yeah, it's like a fable. Fables are pretty much the same. It is there to give a moral story, but doesn't have the moral. But it shouldn't be taken by word. And yeah, this is at least how I think you can get. But this is like how all those stories are going. So, and I need a cigarette really quick. A lot of you know what I mean. Philosophical talk today.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot, actually.
Me as well. Yeah, and I mean, God was always, for example, in ancient history, God was simply there to describe karma, or karma is is more like the Asian way of describing it. So you're doing something bad, someone you can't hold off of giving you like an answer on your bad actions. So in the Western world, it was God mostly. In Buddhism, I think it's Buddhism or Hinduism. I can't remember. It's karma. So there's always something. If you do bad for your community, you will get bad response.
Yeah.
And those
One
are
of
all
my,
just stories to make you a better human.
Well, and the funny thing is, and this is I was studying feng shui for a while, feng shui, depending how you want to pronounce it, but feng shui for a while. And I remarked to my son at one point in time that it seemed to me to be the ancient Chinese art of common sense. A lot of things that feng shui espouses really come down to this makes a human feel better. If the room is dark, that's add light. If the room is too quiet, add something that makes a jingling noise. It's a whole bunch of things to it. And so the natural question was, well, why do you need an entire mysticism behind it? I said, well, let me do it this way. If I say your room's too dark, turn the light on, what's your first reaction? I'm fine. If
Why?
I say, I was
Well,
just
why?
talking to the elder dragon and it says room too dark, turn on your light. You think, dragon, don't want to piss that off. I'm going to turn the light on.
Yeah, and I mean the normal question, especially for humans that are still learning, so kids mostly.
Yeah.
What is the first question when there is, for example, clean your room? The first question is why.
Yes.
There needs to be a reasoning behind it. This is deep in our nature of learning. Is we need a reason why we have to do something. Don't be an asshole because of this.
Yeah. And so, like I say,
Because
to me
otherwise
at least,
there's a god or someone coming and is hitting you in your face for being an asshole.
Hi, Mythical. You feel dumber for just having turned this on, and I'll have to take a break. Okay, you have fun. Enjoy your break. Sorry for dumbing down your world.
No, there. I mean, but this is also something what we make as where we get to the same. Philosophy is just giving you an explanation, but is our explanation what we're talking about human nature? Is this correct? We don't know. It seems logic for what we know about us. Is it
Right.
correct? We don't know. We will never know. That's part.
Well, and to me, and this is going to be funny, but there are some things I think I would rather we not know about about how humans work, because because one of those behaviors that I've seen is that once we understand how humans do something, we either want to improve it or use it for something.
The latter part. We will take immediate advantage. I mean, this is the same how propaganda works.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the moment we knew how to influence that people think this way. I mean, the Germans mastered it in the Third Reich. They used it in this moment. They knew how to manipulate humans to feel hatred. They used it to spread hate.
Yep. I hope that's what they meant, Corbria. For lack of a better way of putting it, I hope that's what they meant.
Yeah, I mean, even if they don't like hearing it, this is of course also okay. Not everyone is like going. I mean, at the beginning we were quite into politics, which is always a bit critical, understandably. And then we went into like philosophy, which is not everyone's theme. For example, if you have a very fundamental view of a religion, talking like we do about philosophical things and in a more how it's called scientific way, is already something you maybe don't want to hear. And this is your worldview, and this is accepted. At least for me, I accept this, and this is okay that you think this way, as long as it doesn't spread hatred around the world. Canadian, what are you doing? You're racing, right?
I'm racing, yeah. I'm just, I am. You guys are talking philosophic-y. I mean, I'm into that too, but I'm. Yeah, I just came back from church, so I've already philosophized a lot this morning, so I'm just like chilling.
Yeah, it's okay. If it's too much for you, just let us know, right?
Oh yeah, no, I'm chilling.
I mean, for example, I really tried to circumvent current politics for a certain reason, as you probably all can know, because it's still happening. We will know how it's going out when it's time, because you know how it's ending when it's ended. So
I'm of the opinion that crystal ball time is never the most valuable conversation, but there are people whose job it is to stare at the crystal ball, so to prepare for every eventuality. But yeah, this kind of conversation, chickens, yes, absolutely, Corbria.
Chickens, right? Yeah, chickens. Yeah, no, I'm a dumb racer at the moment. I'm RPing as a dumb racer.
Yeah,
I'm doing great.
I was just gonna say, man. I don't believe you, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, right.
But okay, when you put in RP, sure, there I'll go with you.
Right, exactly.
Canadian, I mean, I'm fine with that. Then my time is looking better. So
yeah. You know what? I'm trying to catch up to Sharky, so it's been a it's been a battle.
For those folks who are not aware, back on live, somebody approached one of the core developers for Dual Universe and said, "Hey, we want to build a racetrack and have the game do timing and stuff." And they looked at them and said, "The game doesn't support that." They said, okay, then. And now after about 4 months of dedicated hard work between a half dozen people, they wrote an entire in-game race administration system, which allows for the equivalent of NASCAR and the equivalent for high-speed bike racing in-game. And so now there are several racetracks now that you can go visit. All of them have their own leaderboards. All of them are diabolically complicated, and all of them use the in-game physics of the the various hover engines, jet engines, and that sort of thing to power the bikes. And
Stop,
so
stop,
kind
stop, 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 stop. I
okay.
have to interrupt you because they did one thing which is incredible.
All right, what's that?
It feels like a car, as if you're driving a freaking car around. A very
okay,
drifty car,
'cause
but it feels like a car, not like a ship. It's a complete different feeling. You're controlling it with WASD. It feels like you're driving a proper racer.
Really? So
Yeah.
I had tried in live a little bit, and what I found was it felt like hovercraft racing. Like there was just way too much lateral. It really did feel like, particularly on any of the hairpin turns and stuff, that you weren't even drifting. You were just sliding like you were driving a hovercraft. Have they improved that?
Oh no,
You have this.
you should come to the track and I'll
Yeah.
let you try my bike and you'll love it.
I would suggest though Hohenthal because it's a bit more entry friendly.
Yeah. You think
Because
so?
it has more straights. It has more straights, and you have less. The thing is, on Wonderland, you have more often that you stall. So there's one situation where you just fall to the sides, and this is when your stabilizers or your wings in the back are losing traction. So the angle of attack is too high, and you're stalling, and then you're sliding to the sides.
Yeah, okay.
They made incredible. Van Herk made incredible work that this is happening very rarely, but it can happen. So this is something. The chances are lower on Hohenthal. The bikes are incredible. Really, it feels like you're like at least like a AA racing game.
Yeah,
Wow.
like if you're
okay.
Yeah, if you're when you get used to it, like you put in I put in several hundred hours of practice now. But like when you get used to it, it is so fun and addicting. Like
And I mean, just go over to Hohenthal. There are bikes, there is scrap, there is everything needed. Just try.
yeah, if you want
really
if you
worth
come
it.
to Hohenthal, I'll bring him one of my bikes and
Okay, well, I'll tell
I'll
you
let
what.
you try it
I'm
with all the
most of the
settings.
way out to the asteroid belt right now. I'm like 10 minutes out. So what I'm going to do is drop in there. I need to tear up a couple asteroids for some stuff I don't want to have to shop for.
I'm
And then what
racing
I'll do
all
is
day,
I'll
buddy.
warp back to Alioth and I'll get you guys to give me the grand tour and show me how it's done.
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
Absolutely. I think you'll love it. I think you'll
All
love
right.
it. You
Yeah.
have an appreciation for the finer details. So I think
It's
you'll love
art. It's really it got into that it's art by itself.
Yeah, I
like considering it's all done by players. Like
Yeah.
there's no.
Yeah.
It's phenomenal. You'll
like I say,
you'll
and
love
the
it.
part of the story that gets me was the idea that it wasn't that the developers themselves weren't convinced the game would support it, and it got done anyway, right?
Yeah, it started off as little dirt tracks going through gates, and then it started out, and then there was like Formula One tracks, and it was so good.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean Wonderland is challenging and is definitely a good track. My personal favorite stays Hohenthal.
Mm-hmm.
Canadian, I would though suggest he's taking a default bike for the simple reason that they are Van Herk spent quite a good amount of work on making them a bit. I mean, ours are tuned to be more on a race, to be more like getting more into trained racing, so they have a bit more. They need a bit more skill to be driven properly.
Oh, so
while
you
Van
say I
Herk's
should take
setup
the
is
newbie
really,
bikes?
Yeah,
Okay.
That's
just to get in. Just to get in, I would.
Oh yeah.
suggest
No,
this,
I completely agree with you.
But by the way, what do you, Canadian? What did you think about what I sent you, the Death Race that Odyssey
Oh,
is?
I joined it. I joined it.
Yeah,
Absolutely, absolutely.
sounds fun, right? And
Yeah, I
currently
think
we
that
are
would be great.
also making like fundraising for the prizes. So Odyssey is contributing, I think, 50 million. And we are just calling a bit around that we have a really big pot that you're in. So the rules that I can, so it will be at the end of February. This is what I can already tell, and
That's
more
funny,
details
Tubes.
will be spread by Phoenix. But the thing is, you will fight on an XS core by yourself, and you have to make a race while also shooting each other. So there's not only the goal of getting the race done or killing everyone, because if you go into battle with everyone, you may be in the situation that you're incapable of getting to the goal at the end,
Yep.
which then means you still don't get any reward.
Yep. Yeah, we were doing something like that in Mech Warrior 4 in around 2000, which was inspired by what was called Circus Maximus, which was the old Roman games. And yes, there was always this remarkable balancing act that the various teams had. Yes, exactly, Corbria. Yep. Where part of the question was, do you go for strip the armor, run like hell? Do you load up? Do you take the heaviest possible pile of armor and guns you can, with the idea that it doesn't matter because no one will be able to hurt you, and you only shoot back at who shoots at you? Or do you go for that middle blend? And it winds up the actual design of what you want to take to the race, offense, defense, blend, speed, whatever, really. There's a lot of speaking of philosophy, there's some interesting philosophy that starts crawling up out of in those kinds of races that I find absolutely amusing, absolutely challenging.
What I want to add as well. So first of all, um, I'm just going through a couple facts that Phoenix sent me.
Yep.
So duration about 2 to 3 hours.
Ooh. Yeah.
And I mean, they will offer some parts, but you have to build your own ship. They will
Oh.
maybe offer some, but in general, it is intended you're building your own racer how you like it, with the only rules, and he's insisting on that there are pretty much no rules. The only rules are you're alone on your ship. This means you don't have someone repairing your ship while you're flying. This is forbidden.
Mm-hmm.
And it's on an access core. If
Yep.
it's a super sleek, fast little thingy that is just running away, or if it's a big, like comparably big, chunky armor thing, is your decision.
You've seen Jalopy, right?
So if you're interested in this, I would put this in the chat really quick because he has a Discord for this and will make announcements soon.
Yeah.
This is the link to the Death Race Discord, and he asked me if I could promote it. So if we get a lot of people there, this of course would also show, hey, it's worth showing some that Mega Mario is doing a great job there. So
Yeah.
maybe they invite me to other more closed off events, like
Yep.
PvP events. And I mean, how cool would this be as well to have like a dozen streamers running there and fighting each other live on stream, and everyone is like, we have bets running and whatever. How cool would this be?
Oh, that would be
Yeah.
fantastic. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, right. So go over on this Discord link, and more informations will drop soon. So it will be at the end of February. This is what I can already tell. It will be a long race,
Mm-hmm.
and you
Well, I was just gonna say
right now you
3 hours. That's basically that's an endurance race.
Bexon, okay, thank you. I mean, there will be, but I mean, if you want to have a personal one, then you have to, you still have the chance. First of all, it's early enough. You can skill the PvP skills you need.
Yep.
Second of all, you can build your own if you want to.
Yep.
I'm sure Wonderland will probably want to get in on that too.
Yeah, it would. I mean, it would also be cool to have maybe Jimbo Luna at least maybe I don't know what could be maybe at least promotion or teleportation, for example, could be interesting.
Yeah.
Because right now the plan is, I think, to use a warp beacon where
Mm-hmm.
everyone is going. At least this is how I heard it out. This is guessing. But this is, or you have to travel for hours, which would be shit. So and if you have full orc slots, this already doesn't work. So maybe we can get it. So this was something that he asked for, like a teleporting, where we go to the starting point and then there we can build the ships and everything. This would make everything a bit easier. But yeah, it definitely sounds like a very fun event. I'm really looking forward for this. Baxton made some. Okay, thank you, Baxton. This is interesting info. So you can cooperate, you can team up a bit, but at the end, you have to decide if there is a winner or if you wanna intrigue. So yeah, I mean, this could be fun as well. Like having like a you're teaming up the whole time, and then at the end you're intriguing and
Yep.
scamming your own team. Could be fun as well.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm really looking for. It's something new. And I mean, there's still time. Maybe we can get the race script running for this.
Oh yeah, the race script's easy to set up.
Yeah, this is the thing. Then we have the race script for like the points, and the thing is, I don't know if there will be like save bubbles or something, for example, where you have to refuel, because 3 hours on a fuel tank on an excess core, this will be hard, especially if you're under fire and have to maneuver. But it's something I'm really looking forward to. It's definitely something that could be epic.
I know. I'm just gonna say I'm gonna preach heresy here, but oddly enough, it actually might be easier to do that sort of thing using rocket engines than regular fuel regular space engines.
Yeah, but or both. I guess you will need. I think the meta will be both.
Yeah, probably both.
Well, I say
So
because
yeah,
violent violent maneuvering is better. The rocket engines do violent maneuvering very well.
yeah. I mean, but there could. I mean, the thing is, the rocket engines are not that efficient if you have to have like a continuous boost while maneuvering directions.
Yeah.
So you have like boost sections where you put your rocket fuel, and yeah, excess body to avoid excel engines makes sense because they are way too fuel efficient.
Yep.
But yeah, more will come on the Discord. The link is in the chat. Check it out.
Yeah, certainly sounds cool to me.
So I'm trying to make a smoking break for about an hour and a half.
Mm-hmm.
I think I will do this.
Okay,
really
we'll keep
quick.
you here for another hour. Don't worry.
What do you mean? Oh,
We'll
yeah.
keep you from
This
smoking,
is
for another hour.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I'm a person tending to do these things as well. That I'm then like, I'm new chapter to talk about, and I'm starting to talk about this, and I'm not getting finished. But yeah, be right back. And guys, I think in every chat, if you have questions what we guys are doing, and I mean, Richard is doing, so 902 is doing asteroid mining.
Yep.
We have
just landed.
Canadian doing racing or industry, depending on what he's doing right now, and I'm doing some voxel building / voxel mancy. So there are a lot of different thematics you can ask about. we have pretty much everything you can do in DU right now present to talk about. Ask questions. Hit it in the chat, not only in mine, in whatever chat. And on my chat, I will also make a wheel spin. Exclamation mark join to enter this. Because a bit gambling is always fun. Be right back, guys.
Oh,
I gotta enter that wheel spin. He's got a freaking one of booty ships for sale.
Yeah, I got it's already the second one booty sponsored. I am very, very grateful for this. So the main prize you can win on the wheel is a Booty Banzai unique number 15 Lightning, and the first of its series in magenta, with magenta Lumi accents. You can also win the Dis 10S as an escort carrier, for example, for your race ship, how I do it. For my race bike, I'm using this. Or other access cores you can transport with it. You can either get a blueprint or a token. Quanta, you can win a ship of my giveaway collection. Different stuff.
See, what else can we talk about to keep you here for a little bit? No.
Freak you. Be right back. By the way,
let me,
so I'm streaming right now for, don't let me lie, 3 hours, I guess?
Yeah.
2.5 hours. Guess what I forgot the whole time? To activate my music. Be right back.
Yep. Okay. Well, that's annoying. Okay, now it's working.
Yeah, I think you'll really like the racing 902.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think you'll like it.
Yeah, I was doing some of the air races that that they were doing. That was a lot of fun. But I was making my own life more difficult because I insisted on flying that first person with stick and pedals. But that, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but super challenging, particularly some of the parts where you're tearing through, when you're basically tearing through canyons at Mach 1.
Right.
And, you know, booty being booty, naturally, there we go, okay. Naturally, you know, was doing stupid stuff like so the course was not just in the cavern, but it was a waypoint you had to get to. So if you didn't fly within 100 meters of the waypoint, you didn't get benefit. You didn't get the credit for the waypoint. You'd have to turn around and try it again. So some of the times, you know, there were a couple places where you get into this, okay, left, right, and the next one was left, left. Okay, damn near put it in the wall that time.
Is it hard to set up hotests in this game?
It's not, actually. It's the game basically supports it pretty much right out of the can, and then again, some of the developers have done remarkably fun stuff to actually handle it.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. 902, have you ever thought about trying PvP Asteroid with base shield? Yes, in fact. So the short version is that I actually have been doing some sketch work for essentially a blueprint deployable kit, which is basically an asteroid defense base. So you L-core, drop it, you know, fly to the asteroid, land on it, take the blueprint out, turn it on, and it unpacks a base with radar, base shield, and guns. Because as long as you don't fly the ship, the base shield will protect the ship. But you can fire from the base and the ship stays protected. So because the problem becomes, of course, is that, all right, so someone shows up, they can't hurt you. Great, you can't leave. So now we get into the Mexican standoff. I'm going to stand here with a gun pointed at you, and you're going to stand there with a gun pointed at me, and one of us is going to get bored. Well, okay, but the person who's on the asteroid with just the base shield actually doesn't get a gun. So it's just, they're trapped. They can't do anything. If they turn the ship on to fight back, they lose the ship. So, yeah, the idea would be a portable base, fits in an M container worth of stuff, that basically is everything you need to be able to punch a pirate in the nose if they happen upon you, so that you don't get trapped on the asteroid.
No, what you got to do is call your PvP happy friends and then have a big brawl.
Oh, like
Yeah.
this is yeah. I mean if you're part of an organization, the answer is bring friends. You know, Eve did a lot of Eve online, and the you know, those guys and gals have got combat operations for mining down to an art form. You know, with interceptors and radar cruisers and everything else, making sure that that the guys and gals who are doing the mining aren't getting picked on. But you know, if you're solo playing, or if you're in a low pop server, because let's be honest, 100 active players is a low pop server, you may not have that luxury. So that was what I was thinking.
Yeah. See, when I was in Eve, I was with Horde, and then I was with another sizable organization within Horde.
Yep.
And we were safe.
Oh yeah.
You could do whatever you wanted in Horde.
Yeah,
space,
I was down in Providence. I was down in Providence for a while, and alternated between being reaction forced and doing mining operations. So that was something that the IRC, I think it was. I can't remember. Anyway, it was they were an Amar role play empire corporation. So the idea is that, you know, if you wanted to be anybody of anybody's value in the corporation, you had to be Amar and you had to be loyalist. You had to fly Amar ships, blah blah blah. But we were renting. Our corporation was renting essentially a couple of systems from them, just because, you know. But that also meant that a lot of the other corporations would come cruising down through there because they had they did not have a shoot on sight rule. You could you could cruise through their area as long as you didn't cause a problem. If you caused too many problems, you just got added to the KOS list and got. But if you pick a fight, so it became sort of a thing where some of the other PvP organizations or the other corporations, yeah, down south, Providence. I cannot remember the name of them. Anyway, some of the other corporations would wind up coming through for raids on their alts just basically for funsies. So, you know, we'd have Titan bridges and everything else set up to be able to drop a fairly decent sized military on top of whatever was causing problems. It was a lot of fun. Not nearly the scale that, you know, Pandemic or anybody else was able to muster, but we had some good fights.
Nice. Yeah. Doing Horde was mind-blowing experience. Like, I never seen so many crazy ships in my life when I joined Horde. It was just craziness. And then you get into the deeper organizations, because like you got like Horde has many levels, or had, I guess, because they dissolved, but they had many levels of like their organization.
Oh,
so
yeah.
You would start as like a newbie, and then you could like graduate into their bigger orgs or their stronger orgs.
Yeah.
And it was crazy, just like how it all worked. It was so fun.
Yeah,
but I loved the mining. The mining was so cool.
A special bunch. That's a good way of putting it there, MNCDK. Yep. Can't disagree with that. All right. I'm actually going to have to relog because my I can't get my scanner to range out. It's for hell's sake. Never mind. Okay, can we go? There we go. Wow, that was weird.
Then I got heavily into doing data sites or those like the scanning and things like
Yes.
that, breaking into the sites. I loved
Mm-hmm.
that. Like finding like loot and things. Oh, loved that. That was so good.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun with those too. It was a really interesting play style, I thought.
Yeah, and the hacking and the
Yeah.
little mini game and everything.
Okay, there we go. All right, now. Yeah, a lot of that was super cool, in fact. It's just one of the, you can say what you want about some of the trials and tribulations they went through as a company, but CCP came up with all kinds of fun ways to play Eve. CVA, that was it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Katana.
TCCP?
CCP.
CCP,
Cloud Imperium.
yep.
Or not Cloud Imperium.
Yeah, company CCP. Yeah. But no, we're talking, Katana, the ruling organization in the area we were in Providence was CVA. That's it. Thank you. I don't know how much time I spent on comms with that bunch. Do you think I can friggin' remember the name? Nope. But yeah, we were, like I say, we were a vassal corporation. Yes. CCP Games out of Iceland. Yes. All right. Well, that's not quite what I was looking for. I managed that now. Yeah, I'm just gonna say, I know the corporation I was in went out, folded up, so all of my characters are probably still in Providence, which I suspect is going to result in some amusement at some point if I ever go back to playing Eve, but yeah, wind up having to pay someone with a super freighter to drag all my stuff back up to Care Bear space, just so I can figure out the next place to go. Because I was working on getting the skills up for carrier operations. So yeah, okay.
Yeah, my last thing was Marauders when I was playing that.
Yeah. I don't think I've logged into Eve in 5 or 6 years, honestly.
It's so different now. It's just crazy. There's so many skills and things to learn.
Yeah, well, it's like anything else. There's a power creep is a thing, right? And to keep the game challenging, they've got to keep adding the text. They've got to, yeah. Wrong way. So it's this way. Bark. Hang on a second. Stop that. Okay, delete. Forgot I had that turned on. In-game sounds are
Oh,
still...
I gotta bug you one time, actually. Because you're Mr. TinyFactory. I gotta bug you.
What do you need?
To mess with my Arashtra to figure out how to make it to change it from its current configuration to get it to make like combustion chambers, so I can make it to make engines.
Okay, yeah, that's no problem. I'll probably the easiest way to do that is for me to for us to do a screen share sometime. But yeah, just hit me up sometime, and we'll figure that out for you.
Yeah.
it's not. Once I show you how to do it once, it's like, oh, okay. It's a pest to try and describe over comms without actually seeing the screen, right?
Oh yeah. No, I know it's not like the worst thing, but I know I probably will mess it up and then not know why I
Unmess it,
messed it
yes.
up or any of those
Yeah,
things.
I get you. Yeah, I hear you.
Like I was playing Factorio earlier and I messed up like a chain signal somewhere on my whole giant train network, and then I couldn't figure out
That's
like
fun.
where I
Yeah.
messed up the chain signal, and then I was just like, nope, I'm back to Dual Universe.
I know this too well. Especially because I was always that I don't know if this is called intelligent or just dumb, but when I made my train networks, I of course made them that they are intersecting the whole time with each other. I don't know, for the challenge, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pure fun.
I
Yeah,
might just switch to
Factorio-
elevated rail.
Yeah, Factorio is one of those games which needs complexity but punishes over complexity. And it's a really fine line some days.
Yeah. Well, I think now I'm gonna just go to elevated rails and
Yep.
just so that way they don't intersect at all.
Yeah, it's yeah, challenging. It's I haven't played Factorio in a while.
I have
Yeah,
no
I-
idea, tubes. They may be there, but I don't know. I
Um
looked, but I also may have man looked, you know. And when I really just glanced and didn't really pay attention.
here we are. Awesome.
Soup, you won.
Oh, nice.
You won. Congratulations.
Get
you
that
free.
lightning.
Feel free to come over. Let me know when you, and then we'll make the spin. One of you want to make a spin as well?
I'll do a spin.
Yeah, then come over as well.
Want to do a double or nothing again?
I don't have a double.
No. If I get a
Yeah.
I pay, I gotta double it up.
Yeah, I mean the thing was, last time my bet was when you get the how it's called, this whatever that no, the rain ship.
Yeah, the flow key.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have that right now. What I could offer you. I mean, just you doubling doesn't really make sense, right?
It spices up the gamble.
No, if you wanna do a double or nothing, or double, what should I hit in from my side?
You're already giving me
Because
a
it
free
has to be
spin.
Okay, then we do it like this. Not that I
Yeah, I
couldn't
don't know.
need if you lose that I couldn't need the money right now to get replacement chips. Because I'm already running low again. That's the thing. I just got new ships and they are instantly gone. That's
Yeah, it's like you give them away every couple of hours.
yeah. I don't know.
By the way, for those folks on over on my stream who do not know, Mayo runs a giveaway over on their stream every couple of hours. They have a Wheel of Fortune, or in his case specifically, a Wheel of Misfortune. Odds
Possible.
of something good or something bad or something nothing.
Possible misfortune.
Possible
This is the
misfortune.
important
Okay,
part.
yes. So
Because
if you're over there, you get a chance for a ticket via the raffle they run, and then you get to go over and spin the wheel, and you can everything from starships to you having to make donations, because if you have to make it, it's clearly a donation. And yeah, so it's I think it's a lot of fun. Strongly recommend if you're not already following Mayo and Canadian, both of them, please do so.
Thank you. And vice versa, of course. Check out Rich as well. He's an amazing dude. Very kind. But yeah, it's possible misfortune. You can also win cool stuff. I mean,
yeah.
This is why possible.
In fact, I think
I
the
thought
first,
it's
the one time
some-
I spun it, I won a brand new DS10. So yeah, I can't
Yes.
naysay too much.
Yeah, the thing is, I thought it's. I mean, there should be. I mean, I already have a normal giveaway where you win for sure.
Yeah.
So I thought add some spice into it could be fun.
No, I think it's a great idea.
Place is coming along pretty well.
Yeah, not that much changed yet.
You got like a pathway now.
Yeah, what I did, I added arrows because last time Geo went there, so I have like the marked lines, right?
Yeah.
And then he saw, okay, there is another marked line which is coming from the roof and going a different path. And then oh, there's continuing, and then he walked this way. So this time I added arrows so you know which one it is. Tube is there. Yeah, then feel free to go to the button, press it when you're ready. And if it's a win, a loss, or nothing, we will see in a second. Good luck. And what will it be? Will it be the pocket rocket or the cash prize? Or will it be a donation? It will be a donation. 1 million Quanta to the Giveaway Foundation. Thank you for participating anyways, Tube. Just for your information, I have dispensers out there. If you use those, even when you're in VR, then you have to displace it. You have to use it directly and use it for an arc. You can use this 1 million dispenser, and you get a gold coin token, so a complete gold coin, as a sign of appreciation. And thank you, Briganti. Why to the ship collection? Okay. But Briganti, why to the ship collection? That's what I don't understand. So we have the giveaway collection. What is the name? I couldn't find MMGF. This is the Mega Mario Giveaway Foundation. Everything on this bank account is going exclusively for giveaway ships. Or for prizes of the wheel. You could, like I said, you can also use the dispensers on the outside. There you can also, then you get also a gold coin. Thank you very much, Tube. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Thank you, Brigand. Thank you. Because I personally use it like this. I have two bank accounts. My personal one, when you spend to this one, I use it for whatever I like to do it, which is 60% is still giveaway ships, but that's a different thing. And then there is the Giveaway Foundation, which is exclusively for giveaway ships. Canadian.
Yeah.
Would you like to spin?
Yeah, let's hit the button. Let's do it.
And let's have a look if it will be a win, a loss, or nothing. Or a double loss in your case.
Yeah, double loss, right? Yeah. Let's do it.
Come on, 5 million. That's the fast for 5 million. I think it goes to a 1 million cash prize.
Oh,
Or does it? Yeah, it's a 1 million cash prize. Congratulations.
Woohoo!
Congrats, yeah.
Congratulations.
You can save that for
Almost.
the next. You can roll that over to your next guy.
We'll forget this again. Someone else in the line. Then let's do let's do it.
Yeah,
Let's do
you
make
do,
a quick,
do a rapid fire. Do a rapid fire.
Yeah, we make a 60-second wheel spin, then just VR over to my place. Exclamation mark join to enter. You get so 1 million is for sure. So this is something you definitely get because it got rolled forward. If you, but the win and the loss is still the same, right? So this just is an additional price you will get for sure. Exclamation mark join. No one wants 1 million.
It's like 3 tiles worth of taxes. It's like almost half your daily missions.
Yeah. It's not almost, it's exactly. Give you what?
Okay, that's the wrong way.
Ah, okay. Now I know why there is a cannon. I was already irritated. Tom placed it here symbolically for anyone who doesn't want to pay when they have to.
Ah, that makes sense.
Ariash, you won! Congratulations, Ariash! Feel free to VR over.
I'm sure
I'm
most people
still
already know how the
curious.
mining mini game works, but if anyone wants to know what it is I'm doing, please shout out in chat. I will happily explain to you the method to what is my apparent random madness.
Feel free to just explain it.
Near miss. Okay, yeah.
No, it's not a near miss. Arish even won.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my chat just updated. So yeah.
No, he was really, really close on with the closing, but he won. He like, snagged
Fantastic.
it right at the end.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Snipe.
All right.
But it's interestingly very often the case. Arishi, but the bot says you won. And it's before the end message. You won. Do I have to bring the cannon over? So just flying over. This is absolutely fine. How long do you need approximately? Then I just know if it makes sense to continue building for a second. And I think, I mean, if Briganti already donates 10 million that I continue collecting Rex, I probably have to do this today as well.
All
Wait a
right, back
minute.
to the track. We gotta get this. We gotta get this 119, man, or 419.
Director.
I was super 119 on which one?
Four
on
minutes
the
19
mini?
seconds on the
Okay.
on the main track.
I don't even know. I think I'm at 4:45 or something.
Right
Or
now, my
4:40.
time is 4 minutes 21 seconds. 500 for the second.
I just remember a couple days ago I did a run and I got like 1:30 as a lap time, and then I died at the last lap after two 1:30s in a row.
Oh, that's a pain.
What I did, no, I fetched my bike and repaired it just to get this super cool lap time into my record. So it was like a overall time of over 7 minutes, but the lap time is of course saved because it's a lower one. So
Yeah.
Nice.
yeah.
Yeah, right now the top lap time is 1:25.8, and I've got a 1:26.8.
125. This is hard.
It's
Yeah.
very hard. It's very hard. It's oh. You gotta be like zooming.
What I would definitely have to do though is bring over my beast to Wonderland and run the Wonderland 3 track over there, because there are missing some entries over there with some completely crazy times.
Yeah, I think I'm the only name on the free right now.
Yeah, I think this is something I will do after RHC is got here, and then
I was going for a
Cool.
sub 1 minute, but I can't get the sub 1 minute.
this is
least
something
now-
I'm still proud of, by the way. I'm the first one on Hohenthal who got sub 1 minute on Hohenthal and sub 1 minute for 3 laps on the Mini.
I
Those
haven't tried a
records were-
fast enough vehicle for a sub 1 minute yet.
Didn't you try my beast yet?
No.
Okay, I will bring it over.
Yeah. If you want to bring it over to Hohenthal, sure.
Insta death is to be expected. Let's say it like this. This thing has has I don't even know, like 6 engines, 6 access engines, and it's exotically overclocked. And it's all rares. By the way, it's all rares. This thing has power as heck, and it's going like 0 to 1,000 in, I don't know, under a second.
Oh wow, that's great. Oh,
It's-
talent almost killed me.
So you're going at Hohenthal, on the straights, you're going 1,200, even on smaller straights.
I'll go
So
over to
you're-
Hohenthal.
The thing is, it never makes fun with this thing. I can already tell you, it's exhausting, because you have to have split-second reactions to instantly go on the like off the gas to brake, and you're just constantly braking, giving gas, braking, giving gas, even already on Hohenthal. Because you're that fast, otherwise you're immediately crashing into something. It's not fun to to run, but it has something. You get an adrenaline rush. Let's say it like this. I will bring it over, then you can try it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna head over to Hohenthal now.
Oh, to Hohenthal. I mean, you should be in my racer. Let me RDM's racing really quick. Theoretically, you should be in there. And this means you can just... Canadian, you're in. You can just go into my... there is a danger sign above the windshield. Just use it.
Okay.
It's there.
Alright, sounds
Try
good.
it out.
I'll give it a rip.
So this thing is the first one ever going. This is the first the vehicle that made like all the records on the for a while on the Hohenthal 3.
Oh.
Van Herk later made the cards, or at least brought them there, and they made some records as well. But before this vehicle made. I mean, I made the records, and others used it as well, and broke my records with it. So, Aryesh, if you go, yeah, you should be able to land there. No, wait, over here. You can land over here. Yeah, I mean, in theory, this is meant to be a plaza and not a landing pad, so there are everywhere are like lampposts, and when you're landing, you're constantly hitting those. But I don't have enough normal landing pads that I could say, hey, this is parking forbidden. And it's just easier to land there. Because not everyone feels comfortable landing on a roof, which is understandable. By the way, Canadian, just as a warning, the Beast has a bit different steering than you normally encounter. You have close to 0 drift.
Roger.
This thing is really, you go until the corner of the that you're like mid corner, then you brake and turn. Because it spins on an instant, but it also doesn't drift out that easily. Arish, if you're ready, just press the button.
It wouldn't be the first time I've died before I got to the first corner.
I mean, it's so first, will it be a win? Will it be a loss? Or will it be nothing? Good luck. $1 million is in there, that's for sure. Oh. It's a VIP for a month. Congratulations, Arish. I thought something related to Twitch would be interesting as well. There we go. There we go. There's your diamond. Congratulations. And of course, as promised, there is the $1 million from Canadian. There we go. With this. Okay, there we go. There we go. Thank you for participating. Congratulations again. Okay, let me come over to Hohenthal.
Built like a hotel here. It's crazy.
Yeah. Van Herk, for a couple days, he was pumping. It was interesting. Every day I was there, the tower like grew by 10 meters, pretty much.
No, there's a tower here, but now there's like
flying
a hotel
here
too. Yeah.
This flying hotel, yeah. There's parking there for like months. Who's this? Trippy! Trippin is there. Trippin, can I help you before I take off?
It's his new ship. It's looking
Stuff.
pretty good.
Before I take off that. If he needs something. Here for Arius. Ah, okay. It was completely crazy yesterday. So I got raided by Swerven yesterday evening, right? And at the same time I had like quite some open prizes. And I had like 5-6 people over here. And then additionally the Britannia asked for the Toby carrier. To take it because I found it earlier, and I was completely overwhelmed. I didn't know where to go, who to serve first. It was crazy. Never had so many visitors. But I mean, this is fun. Hohenthal is it's just 60 kilometers from my base, so it's easily accessible.
Nice.
Then I will spin
And I
some
haven't raced
laps.
Hohenthal in so long.
Yeah, you're getting. The thing is, if you are used to Wonderland, suddenly Hohenthal feels completely off. Because those are two racetracks. I mean, it's the same set that Van Herk used, but it feels completely different to race on it. It's like racing NASCAR on the one side and then racing Nürburgring.
Swerven's the only one who's got a time on the 10 lap. That's hilarious. So Swerven's first place.
Oh, he resetted the times on Hohenthal as well? Okay.
Yeah. So it's new leader.
Yeah, then time to make some laps there, I guess.
Do you remember how much fuel you need for Hohenthal?
I was struggling first as well. It was... I can't remember. I think it was 28 liters.
28. I'll try.
The cool thing with this 10S now, I recolored mine in purple, so my bike that I'm transporting with it and the ship are like having like the same trip. It's I mean the bike is black, but it looks so as it fits together.
First corner. Yeah, we switched it up. We went to Hohenthal today.
Canadian, I would suggest you making some laps to get back into Hohenthal first before you try the beast, by the way.
Yeah, we just crashed on the first corner. First corner. Not even made it to the start line. This is a
With which
run up.
one? With the beast?
No, with my bike.
Oh. Yeah, that's what I found out. It's hard to set up bikes for both tracks the same way. This one needs needs a bit, at least what I found out, it needs a bit different settings.
I gotta mess with the setting. What the hell is that sound? Oh, it's your ship. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, Tubes. They asked me a couple of questions during the development, but I got the impression that what they were doing was basically setting up their own UI for it. I'm not even sure if what they're running underneath it is actually TinyFactory, or if they just sort of took some of the ideas and created their own version that's very, very tuned for the Astrara. The Astra, rather.
Makes sense to. I mean, you can. I mean, it's the same as if you just. Maybe they just used the existing code and completely reworked it.
Yeah, and
make it easier.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I don't have a problem with that. But yeah, I've had people. I know they asked me a few questions about what it was that TinyFactory was doing under the hood and a couple things like that, and I was very happy to help them with that. That's no problem. But they never got back to me about it with any other questions. So I suspect what they did was that they put their own front end onto a similar to TinyFactory piece of software. Because that ship is always going to be the same configuration, they've got a lot more. They don't have to be as flexible, right? The industry on that ship is not going to change. So, sorry, Mayo, what were you saying?
I mean, you don't need to. It doesn't need to find out what it has available each time, for example, because it knows it already.
Right. And a certain amount of the inefficiency that comes with TinyFactory, that's literally where it comes from.
Yeah, I mean, this is with everything. There is no jack of all trades. You always trade something for it.
Yep. Okay, cool.
I mean, we talked about yesterday, I think. Hybrid chips.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah, yeah. There's specialization will always, by definition, means you're always going to be better tuned than a generalist, and that's just the cost you pay for being able to do everything. But sometimes it's worth it.
Yeah. Okay. Do you need repairs? No. So the track has some issues loading in. What's interesting, I had some talks with Jimbo about memory leaks.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly, the racetracks and the dome are the sites that are most prone to memory leaks
Huh. I wonder why.
for whatever reason.
Hmm. Yeah.
Because I mean, there's not that much that is the same, right?
Yeah.
If you could say it's the material or something, but it's well. Let's have a look. I have to make a test run. I think not everything is loaded incorrectly, so yeah, everything is an LOD. And it errored out, so I need to reinstall the script.
Ugh. That's no fun.
It doesn't matter for a couple test labs, just to get back into the track and
Yeah, I'm still running Wonderland right now.
and especially I have all tracks at the same time. It's not taking that much space, so you can save all available tracks at the same data bank.
I think this is.
But for me, the whole
right?
track is an LOD. So right now it's not really safe flying it in a proper race time configuration. So I'm just making a couple circuits. Oh, by the way, what you have to remember, either you press space every time you reach the starting curb, or you, because I don't know if you use Sharky settings, but Sharky's bike settings make the hover height 1 meter lower, which
Right now I'm
results in
using Larks.
okay. I think it was Sharky, but he's doing like 1 meter lower, which results in you crashing into the ground there.
Just practicing that corner because it's a little rough.
Yeah, I have to get back into it. And a lot of dead bikes laying around. I think I will make if you have a minute to wait after your laps, then I would make a swoop really quick and collect all the bikes laying around. What I noticed.
I'm gonna pull out the safety car. Safety car, black flags are out. Black flags are out.
That's an idea. That I make like yellow lights behind my. Yeah. What I noticed is he made the skip gap that I always use, right, at the where you just cross the corner, the unprotected corner. He
Yeah.
made some steel beams there, so you cannot overshoot anymore.
Yes.
Feels bad, man.
Yes, they because it was being abused, that corner.
Let me know when you are through with your rounds, then I will clean up the track really quick.
Yeah, let me just fire off this corner and then I'm done. Alright, I'm
End
good.
your laps, and this is no problem. I have to repair my bike anyways. Just
Pull
let
up
me
the
know
safety
when.
car now. I'm good. I'm good. I got to download the board anyway, so.
Everything seems all right. There we go.
Okay. Do you have lights in here? No. Activate platform.
Passengers immobilization starting. Warp sequence initiated.
Oh, fuck you.
Warp sequence completed. Passengers released.
What is Hohenthal near? If I wanted to fly to it.
You just go to a teleporter of your choice.
Okay, so I can land anywhere. All right, fair enough.
Market
I'll drop.
zero, where or
Yeah, it's
no
not really
institutes.
near anything. I can get you coordinates directly to it.
I just if I can take
Yeah.
the teleporter, then I'll just land at the air alley because I'm in orbit right now. But I'll just land at the fly-in then and take the teleporter. Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, Hohenthal. Oh no, it's just visible in my channel. Let me copy paste this really quick.
Yep.
There we go. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Depending on
much.
where you live, using the teleporter is the easiest choice because.
Well, I live
Yeah,
on
it's in there.
Haven, so yeah.
Yeah, then you just have to go to the institutes or the fly-in.
Yeah.
And then. I was always. I think I will use normal flight mode. This is. hate the maneuver range of XS cores. It's terrible. And one is in the swerving. Oh wait, this is the swerving. Lol. Okay. About 30 seconds, then the track is clear. But this is a Van Herk bike, I can't maneuver that. Okay. Track is clear.
Roger, roger. Thank you, thank you.
Wanna try the monster or the beast?
I gotta practice first before
Okay.
I can do that. Yeah, I gotta practice for a minute. I am so not used to the track at the moment.
Understandable.
40K to atmosphere, just lazy, slow descent because I'm heading to the other side of the planet. So,
by the way, it has 6 engines. 6 engines,
Oh, snap.
all rares.
Oh, all right. No.
Wanna see just one number? From here to the curb. From the starting line, right? 700, over 700 kilometers per hour.
Oh, snap.
it's over 9,000. Yep.
Not over 9,000. This thing maxes out at I think 1,300. It's a lot. But it's not fun to drive it.
Yeah, you were
It's
saying
like
that earlier.
a
That
real
it's just
Formula One car. It doesn't make fun at all. Edit LUA parameters, Hohenthal. Hohenthal, there we go. There we go. Just forgot the times that I have to start at.
Oh, Yeah, we're at a good start.
Okay, I'm always erroring out when the race is starting. Interestingly.
Just spelled Hohenthal right?
Did you just ask the German guy if he spelled the German name right?
Yeah.
I didn't. And it's not really. I mean, it could be like ancient German because
Yeah, I know. I'm being silly.
Tal, which it is like a valley, is technically speaking written without an H. But if you go medieval times, it can be written with an H. I just forgot an N.
I spell Hohenthal wrong too. I was like, okay, track that load. Oops. Then I had to go look at the board and see how it's spelled.
The standard bike, if you overclock it exotically, is going like 1300 as well.
Yeah, we're getting our groove back. We're getting our groove back.
Cool iced tea is there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Though we already don't get good times here.
We get better times. That's the thing. We get better times. He inspires competition.
Is
I
that
got
what
a
you call it?
115, which is really good for myself. Or that I just started making those laps again, because formerly I was mostly at 116 and rarely at 115s. And I think my record was like 114.9 or something like this.
115 is
I
good.
remember correctly.
Considering you're brushing the dust off, 115 is really good.
Oh wow, that looks cool from on approach. The track wraps around those couple of little central hills and stuff. That looks really cool.
Yeah.
The way they've got that
It's
nestled into the
so from ambient, this track is 10 times cooler than Wonderland, because Wonderland is more like artificially going into everything,
Mhm.
and this one is like following the valleys and everything.
Yeah.
I got a 115.083. Okay, this is really
Nice.
good for me. This time I messed up this lap, but this is definitely not a bad lap. Or not a bad run. Yeah, this time I'm not that good.
Whoops, that's a ship park there. I shouldn't park there.
Yeah, there are just like 3 landing pads, so just land
Yeah.
on the green. I'm done with my lap now anyways. I will feed you into everything.
Yeah.
349 for my first race for ages on this track. 119. This is definitely not bad. Okay. Let me prepare. We don't do like dry run. We don't make like a pre-run for you for the beginning. You will just start at the starting line. You will not get the best time due to this, but for starting, this is definitely the easiest thing. I just bring over a bike really quick.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, lots of changes here since the last time I dropped by to look at it. Oh, this is pretty. Great work.
Okay.
That cobblestone must have been a pain to do.
I
Right?
guess so, yeah.
That is
Yeah,
so
they
cool.
put in a
I
ton
will
of
I will fill in a couple extra liters for the case that you miss drive a bit. Rich, just come to me.
Yep, I see
And
you
then
up there.
Okay,
I was just
step
admiring
number
the
one.
track. Admiring the track picture. That is so cool.
So, step
right.
number 1, please follow me.
Certainly, certainly.
So, connect with this container over here.
Mm-hmm.
There is scrap in there, there are spare parts and fuel, whatever you need. And then activate this resurrection node if
Done.
you may die.
Oh yeah,
By the way,
guaranteed.
Okay, then there is your public bike over here.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, when you take a seat, please.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And then you have your remote. While you stay in first person, you have the
Yep.
programming board and the remote controller. You first activate the programming board, then the remote controller. You go in
Okay.
third person, and with Alt 9 you start your race. You see on the top left, everything is set up, and then you just follow those green bubbles that are appearing in front of you. So when, of
Okay.
course, when it starts to 0, and then
Alright.
yeah, enjoy.
Alt 9. Let's give this a try. Nice script. Yeah, this is really matured. Okay, so as soon as you take the fingers off the gas, bike basically comes to a halt. Good to know.
Yeah, exactly. It's just controls RWASD. If you don't need to brake manually, you just release
Yep.
W.
Whoops, a little bit of lag there.
Yeah, if you make any mistakes, just blame it on lag.
Yeah, and don't worry about
Crinkle
if
the bike
you
on a
crash
turn
or
already.
something. It doesn't matter. Just
Oh yeah, I know.
repair it.
But the
And by the way, if you have to exit or because your programming board broke, you have to exit the script. As long as you don't drive for time, just press Alt 0 when you restart the board. And yes, he did, Van Herk. He did. Just restart the board and press Alt 0 to continue your race, because for the beginning it just
okay, that one's
doesn't
just
matter at all.
destroyed.
Yep, you have spare parts and everything in there.
Yeah.
Owntal free, there we go. RIP. Instantly killed myself with the beast. This thing is not fun to fly. It is just too hard.
Okay. Nope, there's still something broke. Right? Let's see if we can figure it out.
If it's your transponder, don't worry about it.
Well, yeah, just trying to figure out what it is that I'm seeing that says it's broke. Okay, I see.
Where's my Senna?
There we go. All right.
Okay. Seems like I have to relog for that darn thing. I know that stands. Okay.
I am terrible at these kinds of games.
Yeah, it's not about. I mean, especially for the beginning, it's not about making the best times or anything. It's just about having fun.
Let's see, let's see. Okay. Um,
Ooh, 113.9. There we go. There we go. There we go.
all right, so my fuel tank must be busted as well because it doesn't seem to want to fly. AR is telling me everything's okay.
Sometimes you'll smash the fuel tank so hard, all the gas will come out of it.
Okay.
This is happening when it's at 0 lives.
Okay, so where's the fuel tank on this thing?
Very front. In the, like, front cavity.
Yeah, I see it. Yep, that's exactly what happened. There we go.
Yeah, we have enough fuel, scrap, and everything. And if not, my base is nearby. I just bring new stuff over.
Thank you. Stop that.
902. Yeah, don't put in too much. You just need about 30 liters.
Yeah, just automatic reaction to running with full tanks all the time. All right.
Yeah, you don't want this. On these bikes, it really affects your performance.
Okay.
Even not only regarding speed, but the problem is you're drifting way more when you have a full fuel tank.
Yeah, makes sense.
Cool Eyes crashed to death as well, at the same position I did. And I got a 113, guys. This is the
Nice.
first time this ever happened that I got a 113 and I crashed. I should stop talking while racing.
Whoops.
But I will finish this lap just to get the the time on the board. Who cares about wall racing? But this is like a new achievement for myself. I never got that good of a time.
Oh dear.
So, Rich, one trick to get good around corners is to brake instantly before you go into the corner, before you move, and then instantly, like, make a split-second brake, and instantly press W again, and press the rotation button.
Yep.
Go off the gas for a split second, and then yeah, it normally instantly pushes you back into track.
Okay, I see what you mean. Yep.
Yeah, so personally, I don't like the perspective when I lock the camera. So what I do to not grab my mouse and look around is I hold my vape in my hand. So I don't touch the mouse by accident and change view. You don't want to look around. And if you either are the person to have a look from a bit above or you can use the fixed view, it's really something of personal taste.
Okay, can we stop? No. It's funny.
Ah, messed up race start. Ah. By the way, Van Herk, I collected all the bikes from the track. They are currently laying on my escort carrier. I will repair them, or if you come over and want to repair them, up to you. Just for your information that you don't have to fetch those or collect them.
No wonder.
Too many mess ups. A maintenance unit NPC. This would be cool as well. Make a
It would be.
suggestion, Van Herk. I mean, this should not be too much to make this like a subcategory. So, I mean, like they did it with with the programming boards and so on. So And it would look cool. Oh, it's going Canadian.
It's going. Just gotta get warmed up.
Rip.
We haven't died yet, so that's good.
I just died twice, so all good right now. By the way, oh wait, did I die twice or once? Once. Of course, I have to add my death. There we go. I added a counter for this because
Yeah.
I started racing. Thing.
Okay, well. For rent. That's cute.
So I think the first big goal for everyone racing on this track is, so at
Get
least
around once.
for me, if you get around once without crashing, then get 3 laps without crashing, then it's depending on where you're starting. Then it's either the 5-minute or so the magical number for me at least, and for everyone I heard was like the 4-minute mark is where it's like starting to you getting into the track. When you
Yeah.
go past the 4-minute for 3 laps, it's starting to make sense.
Gotcha. Oh, that's like that. That's cool.
At least this was for me like the marker where this was a long time. It was like this 4-minute mark was not penetrable. I didn't get below it, and then this was like this click moment, and then I got under it, and this is like where I notice I'm getting better, and I'm very used to the track. So it seems like around the 4-minute number.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's suddenly that yeah, and you're getting into the yeah, where you noticing you're getting a bit training and consistency into your laps.
Gonna try a couple more laps, and then I think Gleba is calling my name in Factorial.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I should probably wrap the stream up as well, but this has been fun. Love the posters. This is all just so cool. Yeah. Well, thank you very much for the invitation over, guys. This has been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I have been streaming for
Anytime.
about, I'll be coming up on 5 hours, though, so I think we're gonna wrap it up. So, I'll drag myself
Have a
back over
great
to Haven.
evening.
Say again, sorry?
Then have a great evening.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
I mean,
Gonna be
no,
hanging out with a few
you're
of my chums from
you're
Australia this evening, I think.
Nice.
Yeah.
true, you're North American, so it's just about 1 p.m. around your time, right?
It's almost 3 p.m. for me. I'm right out on the Atlantic
Oh, okay.
coast. Yeah. But yeah, that's. I can see having fun with that.
Yeah, I mean, at the end, it's just you have to train it a bit and spend some
Yeah.
time into it, and then you get consistency.
Yep. I'm used to that. That's just something if you know, we're flying DCS, for example, you just get used to the idea that, you know, you're going to spend 10 hours doing absolutely nothing but learning how to get the plane down the runway without dying.
Starting the engine. Let's start with that.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a couple hours of just learning how to turn the damn plane on before you even get it rolling, and then it's going to be a few more hours to get it into the air, and it says, you know, but so I'm familiar with that. You know, there's a time tax on certain types of fun.
I mean, this with everything that has. I mean, the racing has nothing to do with RNG, right? So it's,
no, that's just it.
It's all pure skill, especially because we're all using the same bikes. So there's not like he has a better engine and this is why he's so much better. So yeah, it really depends just on training.
Yeah, like I say, I can see that turning into just a goofy way to kill a couple of hours. It's just practicing the track. So yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a good way to kill time.
And I think I'm curious what I do now. I mean, Canadian, you are off to Factorio. What I will probably do on Wednesday. The only idea would be for us to maybe make like a multiplayer thingy running.
Oh, that could.
Over, if you like to. And it's still my idea. I mean, we can do some like co-op stuff off of DU as well. I don't know. I mean, my idea idea still stands with Zeepkits because this is also there's not RNG involved. This is you don't have an engine. It's like a normal Zeepkit, and you have to survive the tracks, which is something that could be really entertaining if we get like 4 or 5 people in the lobby.
Yeah, Orbidity, I noticed that a little bit. Your comment about having a beast for PC because there was a little bit of frame hitch going on. I mean, that's not the reason I was having trouble with it, just getting used to controls. But there were a couple points where I did notice there's some frame hitching, and that's just because, yeah, there's a lot going on. Running a custom script, the graphics are going to be rendered, blah blah blah, and then on top of that, I'm running a stream, right? So yeah. I can see how having the folks who are running the heavier machines would have nominal frame boost that'll make the differences, but I'm certainly not at that skill level yet. that's
so
not
my tip is I got a 113.8. Nice. My tip is disable shadows. That's
disable
an honest
shadows
tip from my end.
Yep. Okay.
Yes, sir. This makes about 80% more performance.
Interesting. Okay.
Otherwise, if you have an RTX, enable DLSS.
Enable or disable?
Enable, because it gives you more FPS.
Okay.
Even when it's fake frames, but it still helps you. It still helps you to. That everything at least already even just feels more fluent, which helps your brain to prepare, for example, for a corner.
Yeah, makes sense.
Because going around a corner in slideshows, is something your brain can't comprehend on, like, especially to get like a persistent. If you have like frame drops, it's always messing up your brain of calculating. How to approach a corner.
Yeah, makes sense.
don't know. So Canadian, I mean, hit me up in DMs if you wanna make like a multiplayer. I mean, we can, for example, say we make up a date where we then do stuff together, or like in a Factorio that, and I mean, you can do it off stream, anyways, but or like all not together, but that you do it whenever you like to, but that we make like, for example, every Wednesday we meet up and work together on the factory, for example.
Yeah.
If you like
no.
to, of course.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, then we do the rest in the DMs, I guess.
Yeah. Sure. I gotta take a. I gotta jump off for a little bit. I gotta go washroom, take the dog out. I gotta do a bunch
Sure.
of things. But it was a pleasure hanging out, guys. It was a pleasure.
All right, take care of
Absolutely.
yourself.
I always
week.
enjoy having some people on board to chat because it's hard to get viewers to join voice chats.
It is, yes.
Yeah, fair enough. Right. But,
All right, take care of
I'll
yourself,
catch you guys
Canadian.
later. Yeah, I'll see you guys later. Right?
Yeah, later. And especially having like a good chemistry between each other.
Yeah.
It's like already having someone. I mean, we two now have a couple sessions together, and what's definitely a plus, we always find something to talk about first.
Yep.
So we are not just sitting like quiet next to each other, and you know.
Yep. Agreed.
And there is no tension, at least I would say.
Yeah, I would tend to agree.
We both have the situations where we just start a monologue and the other side is like intervening to say something that they may seem different, but at least for me this is not on a, that it's like, oh no, this guy is talking again and I want to say something, but more like, oh, wait, I have an idea, let's propose my idea I have. So
Yeah.
I really enjoy
Absolutely.
it every time to talk to you. Canadian is rating. Who is he rating? You or me?
Rated Major Mayo.
Ah, okay. Thank
That
you,
would be you.
Canadian. Was a pleasure talking to you. Yeah, I think he rated me because you said you wanna
Yeah,
head off
I'll
soon
be
as
rapping
well.
as well, so yeah.
May I, by the way, is Kestrel there right now? Or Rufus? Otherwise I do this after my lab.
Yeah,
Shout out
Kestrel or
to those
Rufus,
two
either of you two kicking around.
Shout out to those two awesome guys over there. So Canadian and 902. Amazing guys. Definitely. If you don't already do, and everyone in chat right now, I will give a normal shout out, of course. But check them out. Give them a like. Zoom in. Canadian mostly racing and industry, and now Factorio. 902 programming, shipbuilding. If you have any questions about TinyFactory, he's your guy. Yeah. Okay, not the best time with 117, but consistency. 117 5, 117 1, 117 3. So this is nice. So I will quickly repair the public bikes and bring them back. And I'm thinking of going a bit wreck hunting.
Ah, yeah.
Something in there is damaged. And I can't repair it. Darn it. Or is there? Oh no, wait, this is the light. Yep. I was a bit too fast as it seems. Cool Eyes, if you like to help me really quick repairing the bikes and bring them back, this would be amazing. Oh, and this one is completely busted. which already shows that there is a good symbiosis running. We were able to talk about, I mean, not current politics, but politics in general, and we did not end up in a fight. That's already a good sign. We could construct. I mean, we probably are not 100% on the same line when it comes to that, but you know, just having a constructive discussion about it is already something. Politics was always hard to talk about, but in the current time, talking about politics is something.
Yes. Oh, agreed. It's nice to be
I
able
mean,
to have
there's
a
a reason
respectful
why a
conversation.
lot of
Yeah.
yeah, and I mean, in the current time, already it's like very hard to have constructive talks about politics in general, which is really sad because I mean, this is when we see it in the fundamental. Politics is what is like deciding our lives, not not only on like the world stage with great conflicts, but also our daily lives.
Well, and
Some weird laws that some politicians bringing in because of corruption that interfere with how we can do stuff, or for Germany is, for example,
Yeah.
popular for its bureaucracy. This is also politics. It's
I think
nothing that is.
one of those things that happened in the 80s and 90s here in North America was that politics and public service were basically made to feel like a dirty word or a less than honorable thing to talk about, thing to think about. But you're completely right. Politics is how communities talk about what values they want to share, what values they want to represent to the world. And it doesn't matter how big the community is. It could be 100 people, it could be 1,000 people, it could be 100,000 people. At the end of the day, politics is how a group of people sort out what is
deciding
important.
a common line they want to follow.
Exactly. Yeah. And so, yeah.
But yeah,
like I say,
I mean, this is why we switched that easily to the whole thing with philosophy afterwards. It's also like the philosophy of life you wanna. I mean, politics is very philosophical. In many cases, it's really. Yeah.
I completely agree.
Really, I mean,
philosophy. For lack of a better way of putting it, is to borrow the North American description. Politics is where philosophy is where the rubber hits the road. When you take philosophy and you try and make policy with it, then that's politics, right?
I mean, this is exactly what it is. I mean, for example, communism, capitalism, those are all philosophical worldviews.
Yeah, absolutely.
On how to view the world. So,
yeah.
And they are very contrary in the general opinionating and how the world should work, how it is in reality. There's always a huge difference between ideologically policies and real politics.
Yeah.
And this is something that's really interesting. I mean, you don't have this in the US that often, of course. But for example, in Germany, where we have dozens of parties, there is quite literally, there are some parties that may on paper have good ideas and intentions, but in real politics it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Because it's the thing, for example, you can there's only one way to see the world, my way. Yeah, everyone has their own world view, and this is absolutely okay. I mean, some see it more and or less clear depending on their dioptrine amount, but depending on how good their eyes are. No, no, I mean, the whole I mean, it really depends on what your life is, what your life experiences is.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
depending on that, for example, does it make sense for a billionaire to have communist ideologies? If he doesn't want to be this leading politician to make then billions, it doesn't make sense for him. Because he would like make his own world being disappeared.
Yeah.
So it is always your surround, and of course everything that formed your life, experiences with friends and family. For example, someone whose family was killed by a communist militia will probably not be communist, not by heart at least.
Yeah. Just
This
it's.
is
I've literally been around the world as part of my military service, and I can certainly tell you that when you spend that much time living and working with people literally from a multitude of nationalities, a multitude of backgrounds, a multitude of ethnicities, that's a very different perspective on the world around you and what, quote, makes sense compared to someone who, for whatever reason, has never had those opportunities or challenges to get outside, let's say, their own home, their own province, let alone their own country, right?
so. I mean, this is a German/French documentary, but it was made, I think, by Arte, which is like a French form, which is like public broadcast, 50-50 shared by France and Germany.
Mm-hmm.
And they made a documentary. You know those meme Ugandan or Uruguay? No, Ugandan, like filmmaker who killed Captain Alex, or how they are called. This is a dude who grew up in a dictatorship where for long years films were completely prohibited in general, where he grew up in a slum. His movies have a budget. I mean, we laugh about it, but those movies have a budget of often not even a single cent, or just a couple of €100 at max.
Yep.
So and this documentary was really, so if you speak German or French, this is something you should watch, because it shows that even in, I mean, they have a completely different world they are growing in it, and still they have dreams, they have fun, they have a shitty situation, and still they go for a couple cents into their cinema to watch this new Who Killed Captain Alex 2, and have fun and laugh. This is a worldview that honestly I'm quite jealous about, because if you, I mean, I know this due to my mental health things. If you go into certain situation, or for example, if you are a disabled person, there are jokes that today are like screamed about. How dare you making those jokes? There are a lot of people from different, for example, jokes about disabilities. There are disabled people that are laughing about those because they think it's funny and they know it's real, but it is not bad for them. This is their world they live in. This is what they grew up with. And yeah, it's I mean, this is the thing. There is no general perfectness in the world. I mean, it can't be. We are humans, like I said. Humans always tend to make stupid decisions. But the thing is, this is also means there is no perfect political system, worldview, or whatever.
No.
It should all. I mean, of course, there are some that definitely have the the right gestures, like your next. For example, for example, again, the Quran, the Bible, and so on, all also share. Love your neighbor, love your, be nice to others, help the ones who are in need. I mean, this is the general gist of all those books.
Take care of your community.
Don't be an egoistic asshole. And
all right.
yeah, so this is the case.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wrap it up.
I don't want to interrupt you going off.
Yep. I'm gonna
was nice having you again.
drop out of the Discord and say my goodbyes over here, and then raid everyone over to your channel for however long you're gonna be on. And thank
A
you very
couple
much,
more
Mayo.
hours, I guess.
It's been
Nine
a
two
fun
was a
afternoon.
pleasure as always.
All right, take care of yourself.
Have a good one. Thank you for being here and
Yeah.
talking.
All right. I had an OBS here a minute ago. Where'd it go? There we are. Okay. That worried me for a moment. Alrighty. So thanks very much, everybody. Appreciate y'all hanging out. A little bit more of a talk show than I was expecting it to be, but yeah, it was fun. Or at least I had fun. I hope you did too, listening in. Got the pyrite I needed first try, which is good, because that's actually what it was. I was going out to the asteroid belt I'm short just a little bit of pyrite. If I get opposed to buying it, I'll just go get it. So fun that I hit it on the first asteroid I landed on, so yay for that. Interesting stuff with the racetrack. I can see, I don't know if I'm going to throw a lot of time at it in terms of on screen, but it's certainly something that'll be, if I'm looking for a fun diversion, yeah. It's a hop, skip, and a jump with the teleporters to get there. Put some time in on a track that's kind of fun. So if you haven't tried it, take a moment perhaps and give it a try. I think it's worth it. And at the point it's basically zero cost. Why not? That's it for me for this week, ladies, gentlemen, non-binary finery. Thank you all for being here. As always, if you're catching this later on the VOD, thank you as well. Do appreciate your time. And we're going to raid over to Mayo, so that folks can keep on enjoying the DU stuff. I will be doing some more DU later on in the week, I would expect. I also, if you're interested in TinyFactory, keep an eye out on the dev chain. Yep, Tubes, thank you. Keep an eye on the dev chain if you're if you're an active user of TinyFactory. I expect the Settlers version, Settler-specific version that will import 3-column CSV will be arriving by week's end, is my hope. Fingers crossed. And we'll see how it goes. All right. Take care of yourselves, friends. As always, reach out to those folks you haven't heard from in a while. Let them know let them know. Talk to your friends. Talk to your gaming buddies. Make sure everyone's in the loop and no one's feeling left out. Makes such a huge difference in times like these. Have fun with whatever games you play in, and we'll see you all again soon. All right. Hit that raid button. Raid! And following, same category. That's what I'm looking for. And over we go. Start raid. All right. All right, everybody's in. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. 902, thank you very much for your raid. And 07, everyone. I mean, you heard me already the whole time. Rich, I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. I mean, we already did it last week. I'm very happy if we make this a tradition, to be honest. I really enjoy talking to you every time. And we have every time something to talk about, which is amazing. Yeah.
What's up, Majo?
Morning, monsieur.
All right. And that wraps it up here. We're done. Good night.